Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. The judge, Sulaiman Rahim here, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the seven seals, the crusher. Brothers and sisters, details. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. Babylon's falling. It's going to blow any day now. Need to get out, brothers and sisters. Come out of her, my people. Farrakhan's lying to you, say, oh, come out of your religion. Come out. The place is going to be destroyed, but why would you want to be here? He's all over the place with that. Because he's one of them. He's a demon as far as the devil. His purpose is to keep you here to your destruction. Keep you trapped in the gravitational vortex. Get out. Brothers and sisters, does details matter? Those scriptures, they was written to keep you from being deceived. They give you details. Details like the Son of Man would have hair like lamb's wool. That's an important detail. Because Master Muhammad doesn't have hair like that, neither does Farrakhan. But Farrakhan claims he's the one, and you've been told that Master Muhammad is the Son of Man, but he said he would suffer many things and be put to death. I mean, all those things happened to Master Muhammad. Muhammad never said anything like that those things happened to him. And when he came, all hell would break loose. That didn't happen when Master Muhammad showed up. Details. Says he would break the seven seals. Did Master Muhammad anywhere claim he broke the seven seals? That would be a very important sign, wouldn't it? He never mentioned it. Elijah Muhammad never mentioned it either. He never claimed he broke the seven seals. And even Lion Farrakhan hasn't made that claim yet. I expect him to try to make it. Because he don't know anything about the scripture. He definitely be lost there. These are important things. Like the son of perdition. He wasn't set in the synagogue. He sat in the temple, Elijah's temple. So he's trying to tell you, oh, the synagogue of Satan, right? That's the false Israel. No, that's not. It says he was set in Elijah's seat in the temple. Details that keep you from being deceived. Like it says in Thessalonians, be not deceived. Be not, why did we say that? Preceded with that. Be not deceived that the falling away will come first. And then the Son of Man will be, Son of Perdition be revealed. The Son of falling away will come first. The Pharaoh kind of reverse it. He said, no. Now he's revealing the Son of Perdition. Everybody's falling away from them. But it says, be not deceived. So do not be deceived in that point. So somebody's telling you different. That means he's trying to deceive you. So if you're still deceived, that means you're a demon or you're a stone-cold idiot. Because those are important points. And the person you should be looking for, right, he'd be able to check off all those points. Farrakhan don't check off any of them. None of them. Zero. See, he would be the one that become after Elijah for 42 years. Son of perdition. They say, oh, Aaron, he's all these days. Yeah, while Elijah was present, while Moses was present, but remember he did those things in Moses' absence. Because even the God told Moses, you better get down there, because that man went crazy. He said, Aaron went out of control, because Aaron let him out of control. He said, become a laughing stock to the enemies. I mean, details. Those little pesky details. And how's he able to get around them? He's not teaching scripture. He's not following Elijah Muhammad. Oh, devils ain't devils anymore? He gonna bring devils into our eye? He could heal the devils? Those things are totally inconsistent with the lessons, totally. There's no way in the world you can take these lessons and tell them to and translate them into that. But they said, well, no, Master Muhammad speaks through him. Really? So Master Muhammad just got things all mixed up, right? So he was mixed up back then. He's not confused now. So no, he's saying totally opposite of what he said in the beginning. Those little pesky details. But see, we're going to talk about these wars, brothers and sisters. There's plenty of wars. Armageddon is Harmageddon, and that's not the war end all wars. That's another pesky little detail. No, that's a European war. It's not a world war. Nothing in the scriptures say anything. It's only mentioned one time in scriptures in the INJIL, and it's not the war in all wars. That's his mistake. It's just one of the wars. There's wars that leads up to that. And there's several wars that follow it. The war of the latter days. The war that ends all wars. Little pesky details. We're going to talk those details in a mathematical way in a minute. But get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. So let's move on, brothers and sisters, here. Now I'm going to cover a few things here, brothers and sisters. Then we'll get into a little mathematics. Those you can do add and subtract and multiply. That's all you need to be is add, subtract, multiply. If you do that, and I can show you something. But look at here. But that day and hour no one knows, not even the angel of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone. That means Master Muhammad knows, right? But what day they talk about? For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like the days of Noah. See? For in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark. That didn't happen back there when Master Muhammad showed up, right? And they did not understand until the flood came and took them away. So will the coming of man be. That didn't take way back then. That's about to happen now. Right? At that time, there will be two men in the field. One will be taken, one will be left. Two women grind at the mill. One will be taken, one will be left. You have to understand scripture, understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to go into INJIL key to explain that, but right, they'll be on alert. Therefore, be on alert. Now, this is the point right here. For you do not know which day your Lord is coming. But be sure of this: if the master of the house had known at what time of the night the thief was coming, he would have been on the alert and would not have allowed his house to be broken into. See, for this reason, you must be ready as well, for the Son of Man is coming out when you do not think he will. See, in other words, this is a time we're going to see he's coming to take us out of here. That's what it's talking about. And so we don't know the time. That's what it's talking about, referring to the time that we actually taken out of here when the four winds blow. That's the time it's talking about. Not talking about when the war starts. It's talking about the time that we're supposed to be delivered. That's why it says, for this, if the master of the house had known at what time the night thief was coming, he would have said, when that house had to be broken into. That's what it's talking about, brothers and sisters. See, right now. See, what we understand, brothers and sisters, time of our deliverance. But that day and hour, no one knows, okay, even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone. For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like days of Noah. For in those days before the flood, the eating, drinking, marrying, giving in marriage to a day, no angel flood ark, and they understand until the flood came and took them all away. So will the coming Son of Man be. That time be too. So that's pretty much the same thing. As the other one said, that's just a different book. But get out, brothers and sisters. Okay, look at this one. After these I saw other angels stepping out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was light up out of glory of him. He cried out in strong voice, saying, She fell, Babylon the Great. It's talking about America, right? And she came dwelling in the place of demons, prison of every unclean, spirit unclean, and prison of every bird unclean, having been hated. And because of the wine and anger of the fornication, her have fallen all the nations, and the kings of earth were committed fornication to her. I mean, somebody has influence over all the nations. We know who that is, right? And the traveling merchants of the earth, out of power of the unreigned glory, luxury of her, they became rich, right? And I heard other voices out of heaven saying, Come you out, the people of me, come out, get out, in order that you not should share together in the sins of her, out of the plagues of her. Plagues coming. So you can't stay, or you're going to stay here and always the plague is going to bypass you. See, nature of the plagues, right? Out of plagues of her, you should not receive, because was glued together her sins unto heaven, and called the mind the God unjust of her. America's under judgment. Right? Telling you to get the hell out. So you don't be coming out of her religion. All that stuff is not going to stop you from having plagues. Or it's okay. So everybody around you falling and plagues and all kinds of stuff, and because you're not in her religion anymore, and you with Farrakhan somehow just bounce past you, over you. Is that what you think? And give you back to her as all she have gave double. It says payback. Why are you paying back? Because those things done to us. See? Give back double. You double according to the works of her, according to her works. So if you've done good works in America, you shouldn't have any problem. Because if you've done good works to us, we should give you back twice as much. We should love you twice as much as you loved us. So we're telling, if we're so great, and you're so great, and you're so loving, and you did so much great things for us, we should love you twice as much. See, according to the works of her. According to the works. Give it back according to works. So if you've done good, we should give good back to you. So we should give you love and affection. Double. See? In the cup which she mingle you to her double. In other words, according to what she did to us. We should give them double back to them what they did to us. So if you did good to us, America, then you shouldn't have nothing to worry about. You should be rejoicing. But that's your judgment. I'm the judge. That's your judgment. As you have done, so should be done to you. As you have done, so should be done to you. You should be happy with that judgment. That's justice. That's fair, isn't it? Right? As many as she gloried herself at living unreigned in luxury. I mean, boy, richest country on the planet, they say it, right? We're so rich, we're luxurious. So give you to her torment and mourning. Oh, torment and mourning. Wow. Because in the heart of her, she said, I'm sitting queen and widow, not I am, and mourning, not I shall see. In other words, nothing will happen to me. America, I'm the greatest country on the planet. Nothing happened to me. God blesses us, and whatever, right? So this, in one day will come plagues for 1 year. One day, all these plagues are going to come in 1 year. When they start suddenly 1 year. It's going to be hell on earth. We've been hell on earth for us for 500 years. But for them, because this is their paradise, this is their heaven right here. This is their Garden of Eden. This is the highest heaven they're ever going to get. To them, this is heaven, right? And this is the place, death. Oh, you don't know, that's that goat. But, you know, that's that goat, brothers and sisters. And mourning and famine. Famine. So if there's a famine in the land and you're still here, how you be eating? Ask me a question, answer this question. Details, little pesky details. If there's a famine in the land, now you don't come out of her, right? You're not part of none of her, and no part of her whatsoever, right? So where you gonna get food from? You came out of her, right? So you had nothing to do with her, right? So where you gonna get food from? Farrakhan? He's got that much food shelter his behind? That's what you nourish yourself off for the last 40 years, off of crap out his behind. You think it's honey? How's it tasting? I don't want to know. Don't tell me. You know, see. Famine. So how are you going to eat in that situation if you're here? And even if you have food, how are you going to protect yourself with that food when everybody else is starving? See? So is everybody, all y'all come together? Y'all all over the country, right? There's not that many y'all anymore, but y'all come together, protect yourself. And where's the food at that you can protect yourself? And how you going to do all that? You got guns and missiles and planes. How you going to protect yourself? How you going to do all that if you're still here? Tell me, explain to me how, when famine rolls in here, you're going to be eating. Because Pharaoh now, he's still, oh no, he's got to have faith. That's the armor you got to put on. You got to put this armor on faith. That's bullshit. Because you've been paying them 42 years living a luxurious life, like Babylon's living, luxury, right? Glory selves living luxury and everything else off of you. And now his answer when the hell breaks loose is pray. Go in your secret chambers and pray. And have faith. Faith in what? So food gonna pop up in your stove, in your refrigerator? It better not anything you can cook. Because when the famine come, if you in California and you cook something, they could smell all the way in Detroit. And you think they're gonna say, oh man, they got food, man. Well, I wish I was one of them. You think that's gonna happen? That's the way things gonna roll? Oh, they got, man, look at it. Farrakhan. I wish I was them, man. They got food. That's what you think is gonna happen? You better read it again. They're eating people. And they're not gonna bother you because you at Farrakhan. So the whole land's in a state of cannibalistic war. And you got food, and you sitting around what? Watching on TV? Is that how it works? Is that what you believe? Right? And more and famine and fire. It's gonna be burned down with fire. So you got asbestos suits. How you gonna escape the fire when it burn out fire? So the fire. Oh, this is Farrakhan. So that's the story about Daniel, right? He walked to the fire, didn't get burned. Oh, fireplace on fire, and you sitting around here watching NOI.org, right? And listen to Farrakhan, and y'all talking on a conference call, right? And fire ain't touching you. Blaze all around you, burn up everybody. And you eating back to snacking on your bean pie, right? Right? And man, hey man, I'm glad I was at Farrakhan, man. I'm glad I came out of that religion, man. I'm glad I came out of that customs and stuff, man. Look here, I'm on bean pie, man, and everybody's burning up out there, and everybody's starving. I'm laying back here, cool, man. I'm just taking real conference. Hey Farrakhan, what's happening, man? I'm glad you pull my coat. I'm glad you pulled my coat, brother. Wow, glad I gave up that religion. Glad I gave that cross, man. Now, man, that bean pie is good, man. It's cool up in here. Everybody's burning around here, man. They flaming. Look at that guy running down the street, man. Look at it. Fire burning his ass up. Oh, man, wow. Look at that sister over there. She's all skin and bones, man. She's a skeleton. And she's eating her own child. Wow, that's something, man. Woo. Ain't you glad, baby, that ain't us? Man, we glad we listened to Farrakhan. See? And they were weak, and they would strike themselves upon the king of the earth with her, having committed fornication, have lived unreigned in luxury like Farrakhan was living. Somebody, well, really? You better check it out. Wherever they may be looking at, smoke the fire in her. So, okay, brothers and sisters. What did it say? It said, get the hell out. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. But no, Farrakhan know better. See, he know better. He said, at that time, best little details, right? He said, at that time, unprecedented trouble says what? That's when Michael will come and deliver you out of here. So why is he going to deliver you out of here if you don't need to go anywhere? You just come out of religion and stuff. Why is he got to take you out? So get out. Why is he got to take you out? If you're going to rule the land, remember Pharaoh said, well, you're going to be the ruler of the land that you was in prison in. See, so why are you going to take it out? The plan's on burn up. What are you going to rule? Ashes? That's what you're going to rule? Oh, we're going to be rulers in the land who was prison in. You better read the story of Joseph again, because that's whole different details again. Remember, Joseph, right? He didn't see the children of Israel went to slavery after Joseph. After Joseph. He's trying to make it, he always refers to stuff like he says, oh, the bread falling away will come afterwards. He said, no, falling away come first. The enslavement of us was after Joseph, not before Joseph. Joseph didn't come ruling the land after slavery. He was a ruler, and then slavery came, the servitude. But read again. See? Now read this. The conqueror will inherit these and shall be to him the God, he shall be to me son. And to the but cowards and unbelieving and to have been made disgusting and to murderers and to the fornicators and drugs and idols, all lies and part of them in lake, burning of fire, sulfur is the death, the second death. See, all lies. Like Farrakhan, he's going to be part of that. Right? Fearful people, those who still fear, because that's what it is. That's why you're in the church, because of fear. It says you didn't do it slavery your whole lives for fear of death. Right? Because the devil had power of death over you. So they tell you the devil, they say devil. That was Master. Master had the power of death over you. The script that's made it clear enough. They're the devil. And they had power, and you was afraid to die. It says you suffered because of fear of death. Why? Because they told you that was deception. They told you hell was after you died, and you're going to meet the devil after you die. When the devil was telling you that lie, and you was in hell where you was telling you that lie at. We was enslaved in hell. We're in hell now. We was in hell here in the fields. That was hell. But the point is to only keep you under control and to keep you from cutting their throat. They'll tell you, no, if you don't obey me, you're going to a hell, which is probably worse than the situation you was in forever and ever and ever and all that kind of stuff, when it was a lie. Because you knew that you was in hell then and they was the devil, you'd cut the throat. Major lie. Because it says, they endured only because of fear of death, because you was afraid to die, you was afraid to go to hell. When you was in hell, you was afraid to meet the devils. When the devils were telling you that lie, they was the ones sticking you forward, raping you, beating you, hanging you, and everything else. That was the big lie. See? So if you still that fearful, if you still locked in that fearful, got the, on a crucified, your mind crucified, got a cross right here. What you get, when you go to Easter Sunday, you still cross, your mind still cross. You still in that fear, then you're going to the lake of fire. Because you're going to listen to this message, you're going to stay right here. When fire comes, then you're going to be burned in it too. I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters, it's a big lie. Nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. They've been crucifying us for the last 500 years. They crucified us for the last 500 years. Crucified us for the last 500 years. Nothing's changed. Those are the crucifiers. Now, think about this, brothers and sisters. See, this is all mathematics. All mathematics. So darkest part of the night just before dawn. See, this is mathematics. So they tell you the mathematics of it. In order to become a diamond, you got to go to hell. Coals got to go through hell, intense pressure. Because that's where things happen, brothers and sisters. It's pressure. Things like that's what cause things to transform into something else. Pressure is what cause things to transform into something else. Pressure causes the molecules and everything to reorganize itself to handle the pressure. So now, once they reorganize to handle the pressure, now the pressure doesn't bother them anymore. So that's why pressure doesn't bother diamonds. Diamonds are harsh, no substance known to man. Pressure doesn't bother it. But the coal it did, but now it's immune to pressure. It's still coal. You still burn it in the fire, just like coal. But pressure doesn't bother anymore because it's transformed. But you put a lot of pressure on it, can't transform, then it's crushed to dust. Now we saw there's two things happening. It's one, people going to be transformed into diamonds. That's in Book of Daniel. That's that stone. If you transform into diamonds, going to cover the whole world and live forever, and nature live forever. Another, but the stone, the pressure of the stone itself is going to cause all the other nature to turn to dust. Because the pressure will be so great, only one's going to be able to withstand that pressure is us. But it's going to transform us into diamonds. The rest of them can't be transformed, right? Because they don't have the ability to restructure themselves. And the pressure is too great. It's going to crush them to dust. All the nations will be crushed to dust. We're the only ones, right, that's going to take and be transformed into diamonds. That's what's happening right now. That's why I told you, submit to this pressure. Submit to Adam. Submit to that pressure. It's going to transform you. Others say, nah, we ain't going to do that. Iblis said, I ain't going to do that. They're talking about Sunnis over there in the Arabs. Well, I ain't going to do that. Well, okay. So what happens? So you're going to be a curse. You're not going to be transformed. So you're not going to be transformed. That's what it's talking about. You're not going to be transformed. See, they submitted. Oh, look at them, man. They can't fight me. They're slaves and nothing else. But being transformed into a new creation. Trying the furnace of affliction. That's what we're talking about in Genesis. That's not talking about Adam there. It says, well, let's make man our image and our likeness. They're talking about us. Read it carefully. The Adam they talking about there was made on the first day, back 6,000 years ago. This one was made on the 6th day. That's us. Because we went to the furnace of affliction. We're transformed into diamonds. Some of us, those that submit, right? And those make the final cut, because some of us, right, have to go through the tribulation and take a little pressure. That's pretty much the, because all they call it gold and silver also. So we're the gold and Levi says silver. But the point is that we had the ability to transform when everybody else is not able to. So you're going to be crushed. A stone will crush everybody else to dust. But be transformed. Be ye transformed. See, that's what's going on, brothers and sisters. But they're trying to keep you from finalizing your transformation. They're trying to get you keep you from finalizing your transformation, because it takes energy, right, to make that transformation. And if you don't have enough energy, then you crush the dust also. When you had ability, but you don't use it. So again, you just use your energy. NFL, Oprah, Giselle, what they call those, all those games and all that kind of stuff, right? See, so you go ahead. Empire, watch these movies. When you should be using your energy to improve yourself, to better yourself, to strengthen yourself. Come out, herd my people. Now what's this? See? This is what it's talking about right here, right? Therefore, since the children share in flesh and blood, right, he himself likewise also partook of the same, so that through death he might destroy the one who has power of death, that is the devil's. Somebody had power of death of us. So somebody had to be one of us to show the way. To show the way, right? And to free those who through fear of death, right, were subject to slavery all of their lives. Because if you wasn't, if we originally came up here, we wasn't fearful of death. That's why they had chained down tight. And they'd watch us, because every time someone got loose, right, they would cut their throat, or they would jump over and get eaten by sharks. They didn't care. They weren't afraid to die. They knew we had that fear. When they went over the world, they had that fear. When they fought the Japanese, man, they had a kamikaze. They didn't have no fear either. They had dropped bombs on them. They still didn't want to give up. The emperor had to tell them, no, you got to. And the general said, "Are you crazy? We ain't giving up. We're going to fight to the death." He said, "No, we don't want the end of our people. We want to. We'll get them back, just because they'll bomb us into oblivion." And the general said, so the emperor says, "No, we get them. I told you they're going to be allied with Russia and China. I told you that years ago. In fact, weeks ago. Now all of a sudden, right, right, they make a peace agreements with China now. See, I told you Europe is going to go. What happened now? They got the president of France over in China dissing America. I told you they're going to turn against America. I've been telling you that for weeks and years, and I got presentation out there in the last few months. Really emphasizing that. So go look, and all of a sudden you see it happen before your eyes. We're going to talk about the little pesky details. See? To subject to fear, slay all lives, for clearly he does not give help to the angels. See, he ain't worrying about Levites. That's what he's talking about right there. But he gives help to the seed of Abraham. Seed of Abraham. Farrakhan is not seed of Abraham, his father's the devil. How in the hell can he be seed of Abraham? He missed his father's the devil who raped his mother. See? He gets help to see. He come, but remember, that's why he's a messenger of the covenant. Because who's the messenger of the covenant come to? The seed of Abraham. Farrakhan, I'm for the whole world. He says he ain't for everybody. He's for clearly does not give help to the angels. He ain't for everybody. He's for the seed of Abraham. I'm for everybody. Okay. Therefore, in all things, he had to be made like his brother, so he might become a merciful and a faithful high priest in things pertaining to God to make propitiation for the sins of the people. For since he himself was tempted, and that which he was suffered, he is able to come to the aid of those who are tempted. Oh, it says he went through the same thing you went through. And he showed that you can overcome it. He had to go through the energy deprivation and all the things that you go through, so he's a sample so you can overcome it. Overcome the gravitational vortex, right? Overcome the vibrations and amplitude of this world. The frequency, mind frequency. So because if he's some spirit or whatever, how can you say that you can do it? Or yeah, man, he's a spirit, he can do it. But he's just like you, so he shows you he can do it. He come the same, just like you. Suffered just like you, went through the same thing you did. Totally flesh and blood like you, not a halo over here, not some divine person. He's flesh and blood, the same flesh and blood as you. But he shows that he can do it, so that means you can do it. That's what it's telling you right there. He's your example, and he's the champion for the sisters. Definitely champion for the sisters, brothers and sisters. Brothers, we definitely champion. We better. If you ain't, then you get lost. We got it, man. People look out for their sisters, but they don't need them. If you look out for your women, you don't deserve them. We gotta look out for these sisters. They caught the worst of it. Let's look at this, right? I'm just getting some little pesky details, brothers and sisters. Who can make war with the 10-horned beast? The Lamb, Suleiman, messenger of the covenant, will make war with beasts. Let's see if that holds up, right? Then I saw a beast, this is chapter 13, right? I saw a beast with 10 horns. Now, it tells you the nature of the beast. It defines it, right? I saw a beast with 10 horns and 7 heads rising out of the sea. You don't need no angel key all this. You don't need it for this, right? There were 10 royal crowns on his horns and blasphemous names on his heads. But just focus on those 10 horns right there, right? They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast? Who can wage war against it?" So what being somebody says, who can wage war against this beast? That's a question. It's answered. They answer it here. I'm going to show you how they answer it. They say, now the beast, remember this beast, they describe the beast. One of the significant things about the beast is the 10 horns. See, they can even tell you more. Say, the 10 royal crowns on his horns, right? So 10 horns is one of the characteristics of this beast, something that identifies this beast, right? See? Okay. Then say, who is like this beast? Who can make war with this beast? Right? Remember, now the 10 horns you saw, this is chapter 17 now. The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings. Now I tell you, they define those 10 horns. That's the beast, right? 10 kings, along with the beast. As 10 kings. Wait a minute. So 10 horns you saw are 10 kings who have not yet seen the kingdom, but will receive 1 hour of authority of the kingdom as along with the beast. Right? Okay? See? Okay. Follow this now. But these kings have one purpose. These 10 horns, these kings, they're 10 horns, right? 10 horns define the beast, right? These 10 kings have purpose. You their power, authority to the beast. See, all part of the same thing. See, it's beast, right? The 10 horns, that's all aspects of it. It's not a person, right? Because aspect, like 10 horns, 7 heads, all aspects is beast, but still pertains to the beast. Because when they say to beast, all those things refer to the beast, right? These kings have one purpose, use their power, authority to the beast. They'll make war against the Lamb, right? That's who's making war with the beast, the Lamb, right? Will triumph over them because he is Lord of lords and King of kings. And he will overcome them, and will be accompanied by his, and he will be accompanied by his call, choosing the faithful over his army. His 144,000 man army, right? And with some others. I'm just going to talk. I'm not going to give it all up here. You see what I'm saying? He's making war with the beast. And who's the Lamb? The Lamb, the one who had lamb's wool hair, right? The one who broke the 7 seals, the messenger of covenant. Is that you, Farrakhan? You making war with him in a wheelchair? So the Lamb is the one making war with the beast. Farrakhan, he making war with the beast in a wheelchair with a straight air. Devil daddy, demon, liar, thief, and a coward. Sure, as a coward, I was there when Elijah Muhammad departed. I was there. I knew Farrakhan. He was a coward. He turned against Master. He turned against Master Muhammad and Elijah. He said he did not denounce. He said he didn't believe Master Muhammad was the God, and he denounced Elijah Muhammad. Denounced him, just like Wallace. He was right there. He was one of Wallace's ministers. Anybody look at Wallace? No, he denounced his father totally. And Farrakhan was his chief minister. But Farrakhan, he was anointed. He was one of the points. So why did he take charge? If he was anointed like he claimed he was or is, and Master Muhammad speaks to him, he was the one chosen, then why did he take charge? How did Wallace get charged? Wallace was officially out. He was out on time. Elijah Muhammad put him out because he was teaching the same crap he was talking before Allah put his ass in the grave. He put him out for talking that Sunni stuff. So how the hell did he get charged? He was officially out. Because coward Farrakhan was too coward to stand up. And anybody was coward, couldn't stand up against Wallace, was a total creep. I mean, man, he could be in fight as well, a paper bag, and Farrakhan was scared of him. He's a coward and a punk. And finally, I think here, right? An angel who I saw having stood upon the sea, upon earth, lifted his hand up right to heaven and swore unto the living, to the age and ages, who created heaven and earth and in it, and the earth and in it, and the sea and in it, and that time not yet will be. But in days the voice of the seventh angel, whenever he may be, might be trumpeting, it was finished the mystery of the God, as he declared the good news to him, slaves of the prophets. So what's happening here? We're talking about time. See, the angel gives you time all the way up to the angel tells you exactly when the war is going to break out in the Middle East. I can't tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I told people that I've been teaching the angel, right? If they figure it out, don't say it. But it tells you. Well, it's telling you time stops, right? Time stops. At the time, just when the seventh angel sounds, right? That's when the 4 winds blow. Remember, if you got to understand the angel key, right? You got 7 trumpets there, right? But the first one to blow is the 5th one. And then the 6th one, right? And then the 4 winds, because the 6th one is holding back the other 4 winds. That's 4. So 7th one is the last one actually to blow, right? So that's the one, time no more. They won't tell you any time at that point, because that's the time of the resurrection. They won't tell you that time. They won't tell you exactly. That's what I was telling you earlier. No one knows when that time will come, except Master Muhammad. He's the one to do delivering. So that time stops right there. Angel tells you up to that time right there, the 4th, when he blows, that's when the 4th angel, because the 4th angel, remember the 4 winds blow? That's when the resurrection takes place. So there's time no more. We ain't gonna tell you about no time at that time, no more. It is. We ain't gonna tell you when that is going to be. That's what it's talking about right there, brothers and sisters. I'm leaving that alone right there. Okay, here we get, now we're gonna get to some mathematics. Now those of you who know a little bit of algebra, or if you can add, subtract, maybe you understand this. Well, you don't really need no algebra, but well, I guess maybe you need a little bit. Summary versus, now see, the thing is, what is, if somebody gives you a summary version of something, right? And so it gives you detail. Is there any difference there? Any difference? Like, watch the weather, that's a summary, right? But what's the details? What's the detail? So yeah, watch weather, but what you get out of it? Watch the weather, what's the point? Well, I'm getting started, but okay, that's general, but what's the details? So is there a difference there mathematically? Because I said mathematics, Islam is mathematics. Mathematics define everything. Because mathematics is everything. So look at this carefully. Because you might be surprised what this is telling you right here. See? So if you look this, do the mathematics, right? X squared minus 4, right? Over x minus 2, it was the same thing as x minus 2 times x plus 2 over x minus 2. It's the same thing, equal. Go check it out, do the math. Multiply x minus 2 times x plus 2. It comes out to x squared minus 4. So they're totally equal. Those are totally equal right there. I'm going to look at a certain point where x equals 2. Because that's important. I'm not going to go into all the details why it's important. But at that point, at one point in time, right, where x equals 2, because we're talking about a certain period of time. So a certain period of time, something happens here. A certain period of time, right? So we're going to say that period of time is 4. I mean, it could be 10. If x minus 10 over x squared minus 10 over x minus 2 would be x minus 10 times x plus 10 over x minus 2. Whatever you put there, I'm just putting 2. But if you said the value is the same thing, right? See, as whatever that is there, right? So if there's a 10 in there instead of a 4, right? Then you have to set it at 10. Well, anyway, bottom line, I'm going to say it 2. I don't want to confuse you. I said it 2. X equals 2. At that point, would equal 2. So what happens at that point when x equals 2? What happens to that equation? I mean, it's still, they're both equal, right? So it shouldn't matter. It still should be equal. Both should still be equal, right? If you look at the map, both equal. X squared minus 4, right, equals x minus 2 times x plus 2. That's equal. Go check it out. Do the math. This is, if you know anything about multiplication, a little bit of algebra, you could multiply that. You shouldn't even need algebra for that. And see that they both, that's equal. That's actually equal, perfectly equal, right? Okay, but what happens at the point when it equals 2? Let's look at that. Now see here? But you put 2 in there, then what happens? You put 2 in there, so you got 2 times 2. 2 squares, 2 times 2 is 4. 4 minus 4 is equal 0. 2 minus 2 equals 0. But that becomes 0. But the other side, what would that become? That becomes 4. So how is it equal 0 equal 4? But you say both is equal. There's no trick. Do the math. How come one is 0 and one is 4, but yet they're both equal? So they said, no, they're not equal. At that point, they're not equal. How can they not be equal when they says equal, but at that point, they're not equal? When I put 2 in there, they're not equal. Because one is 0 and one equals 4. We're going to see that look more detail in a minute. Go into more detail. See here? Okay, we start at the top. That's top, right? Go on to the next day, we put 2 in there. But you see, if you know math multiplication, or you shouldn't need no algebra, but it may help, but you don't really need, if you know multiplication. You can cancel, right? Because x minus 2 over x minus 2 is just 1, so you can just throw it away. So that means what you have left is x plus 2, or 2 plus 2 is 4. But on the other side, right, you're going to have 0. You see? Because you're going to transfer that to 4 minus 4, 2 minus 2, 0, and those before. So how in the hell did that happen? How is one side turned to 0, but they're both equal? One says 4. This is not a trick. Do the math. Do the math. That's not a trick. Say, well, how is that? That's mathematics, but you said equal, but yet still, at that point, one is 0 and one is 4. How in the hell is that? You know why? Because that's the mathematics of deception. There's no deception there. But deception is mathematics. Deception is mathematical in itself. Because what it's telling you is somebody giving you a general statement is worthless. Details matter. Details matter. That's the mathematics of it. Do it yourself. I'll give $1,000. You prove that that's wrong. I need $10,000. That's absolutely right. No trick. If you know anything about mathematics, you know right away that's exactly right. At the point of 2, right? 1 becomes 0, and another becomes 4. Yet they both totally equal. So how does hell that happen? Because details matter. So Pharaoh said, "Oh, Armageddon, which is details." Because it's bullshit. 0 means nothing. It does nothing for you. But details tell you, oh, Armageddon, it's a European war. Right? And it's a war that happens after the war in the Middle East. Right? And then after that becomes Armageddon over here. Right? And then after that becomes the Goat War. Right? And after that becomes, right, the war of Joshua's war, taking back his land back. And that's the war of the latter days. Right? And that's about the war Lamb and the Beast, a bunch of wars. He said, Armageddon's war ends all wars. So he told me general stuff that means nothing. Because you have nothing. It tells you nothing. You don't know what to do. You can't do anything what he says, but you think you got something, you got nothing. Because when you put the value in there, you find you got shit, nothing. But when you put the details in there, you got a lot. Get the hell out. Get out. Get out, my people. See? Pharaoh ain't gonna tell you nothing. 0. 0. Mathematics of deception, brothers and sisters. Hope you got that one. It's not a trick. Do the math. I'm showing you all the details there. If you don't know the math, get somebody, go take your algebra teacher and tell him, show you. So he tells you exactly right. But you can't explain it. I'm telling you, that's the math of deception. Give you general. Prophet tells you specifically. If you tell you general, read it, that's not a prophecy. Oh, our God's already started. Well, you're supposed to tell us before, right? They're supposed to give us details of what it means. But he giving you nothing. Why love the devil? He give you nothing. But you think you got something. Because this tells you got something. When you lose the math, you got nothing. 0. I tell you, we tell real math, that's numerology bullshit. That's real math there. Do it. Do it, bro and sisters. That's real math there. That's the real deal. That's real math. Hope you understand, bro and sisters. That's real math. Because he gave you nothing. Go to your secret chambers, get your armor on, all his generalities. And you think you got something, right? I got x squared minus 4, or x squared minus 2, but at that point, point 2, when the shit hit the fan, right, at the point 2, you got nothing. That's where that point, you put the value in of the time that it's talking about. And you got nothing. You put the value in for the time you're talking about. So now we're in time of pressure trouble, we put that value in, that specific value in, and you got nothing. Because when the shit hit the fan, you can find you have nothing. At that point in time, right now, see, that's what I'm saying. You got to put the value in that's corresponding to the situation. That means at the time of the situation, you will have nothing. It sounds like you got something now, because shit hit the fan yet. But when shit hit the fan, you put the value of that time in, that time it's talking about, and you're going to find you have nothing. 0. And the ones that, the believers, they're going to have something. They have 4 and you have 0. They have a 10 and you have 0. They have 1,000, you have a 0. You have nothing. And they'll have whatever. At the time, when the shit hit the fan, you will find you have nothing. You'll be weeping and moaning and crying, gnashing of teeth, and they'll have something. At that time. That's why you put the value in. That's why I say you got to put the value in for the time that situation, the generality is supposed to be happening. Watch the weather, okay, time that hell weather breaks loose. That time you put that value in and you found you got nothing. And those that got the details, they find they got something. They got a lot. They got the information they need to get them hell out of here. And you died for lack of knowledge. Because you have nothing, but you thought you had something. That's mathematics. That's true mathematics. Now, anybody should understand that. If you know anything about math, multiplication, anything else, you should be able to run with that one. But, you know, Newer and West, you demons, y'all got your tongue so far as Farrakhan's behind right there. You know, I mean, if you think that crap up is behind is honey, then you don't know a male from female. You don't know that. So you buy all the shit too, ain't you? So we're gonna briefly touch on this, brothers and sisters, and I'm gonna close out, right? See, Travis Shabazz, all that weight is being pushed on. See all that weight, but they're the weakest, and the others getting stronger and stronger and stronger, much stronger than them. Because at that time, all of us weaker than them, but now they're starting to build strength. So you see them getting higher, right? So they're putting pressure on it. So America has been feeling all this pressure now. So what's happening as a result of that? See, that pressure is causing them to transform. See, going to transform. But will they be able to transform a constructive transformation or a destructive transformation? A constructive transformation is like a coal transforming into a diamond. Destructive transformation is turning into dust. It's still a transformation. See, so they're under great pressure. So it's crushing most. Some still holding on, but the weakest one's already crushed. That's why it says when this time happened, that then they'll call out to the God. So now, remember Pharaoh? He was hard-hearted, but when the instruction came, he said, oh yeah, I believe him. See, because he transformed, he got it. Right? It was enough to, right, for him to survive everybody else, but he was destroyed. I mean, he not destroyed, but he was. Well, I'm gonna put it this way. In terms of this, it says that when the goat comes, it took out the ram, right, and it says eat her flesh. In other words, it says they will be. See, it said be taken out and took in the bonds to all the nations. They try to think that's us. See. No, that's them. See, so the ones survived, in other words, that pressure put out. So now they started, oh, now I see. That pressure now I see. Then they say, I call out to the God now. See, the other ones is told hard-hearted, they're gone. The demons are going at this point too. So I'm trying to tell you. See? And then everybody's going, only ones left. They could withstand the pressure, but they can't do anything. The pressure, all they can do is, they have no energy for anything else. All the energy, see, now they want to be righteous now. All the energy they take, it just survives. They don't have energy for anything else. No energy for ruling, no energy for anything else. So then they take captivity, and they have no power to rule anything, or they just have enough energy to survive. That's how they're taking all the captive of nature. Otherwise, they would be crushed. So they take captivity all the nations for eternal servitude, eternal death, eternal destruction. That's hell. It says Adam would be, right, they'd be in hell for 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Now, I'll talk about that another period of time. There's no hell that will ever last forever. Their hell will last 6,000 years, then there won't be no more. See? So these will be able to survive that and survive 6,000 years, and then the pressure will be too great. And they can't survive it. Remember, the pressure is great here at the point they takes all the energy to stay alive. All the energy they have to stay alive. So they have no energy for anything else. So they serve servitude. They can't control anything. We control them. So they have no control of anything. But they have enough energy to survive. You understand? See? And they'll worship us and everything else. Those ones that we use for that purpose, the rest of them just be pushed up in hell, which is be up northern Europe. That's a whole nother story altogether. And abandoned, like the Quran says. But they'd be super healthy. Remember, because they have a lot of, they'd be strong, so they'd be super healthy. So they're so healthy, their skins burn off, they get new skins. Okay? But they don't have any power to rule anything. Just enough power to stay, and that power be used for that purpose. Okay? So they'd be like rabbits. Said the worm would never die. It means their sexual desire will never be, they can't satisfy it. You think that's a good thing? No, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. There's no one to satisfy it with. I don't know if you ever seen a monkey at the zoo doing things to itself. Be no family ties, anything, no friendship. Everybody be afraid of everybody else, because the only food that'll be available is others, manure and feces and urine. That's what it says. There'll be no trees or anything to cover intense heat all the time. You know? We understand, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me talk a little bit about this, and then we'll close out, brothers and sisters. Now, I'm talking about this. I'm trying to get you to understand about pressure more deeply. I told you pressure in a basic way, but pressure, frequency, amplitude, and frequency, amplitude is pressure. See, and wavelength. That's pressure. That's forms of pressure. It's still pressure, right? Because when you throw a rock into a pond, right? Waves, those are pressure waves. They're pushing the water. That's pressure. But it takes the form of frequencies and wavelengths. Still pressure, but it takes that form. In our human condition, right? Pressure takes that form of waves and frequencies and amplitude. Because thought is frequency, amplitude, and wavelengths. So it's light, everything around us, it vibrates. When you're talking, that's your vocal cords are vibrating, and you putting sound. You're just throwing air out there. You're vibrating. That's your words. Those are vibrations that your ear picks up because it's vibrating. Because your eardrums vibrate, and it's transforming that to a signal, and your brain vibrates. Thought is vibration. Everything is vibration. But the point is, who vibrates on the highest level? Because it takes energy to vibrate. So because energy deprivation, we was vibrating on a very low level. So low that we couldn't control anything anymore. So the devils, they had enough energy because they didn't need that much. So they had more energy to vibrate on a high level, so they control. But they had to be disciplined. So they had to have somebody tell them discipline. They used it that way. Otherwise, they would have, every time because they lost discipline, they lost control. End up in the dark ages for 1,000 years, right? End up in a cage for 1,000 years. See what I'm saying? So because they had need discipline to keep it. But what it is now energy is universe is contracting, and we start energize. Now we start moving up, and now our pressures, our vibrations become greater than theirs. That's what we use it that way. Don't be like them, and don't use our discipline. They're trying to get you not to use discipline. They're trying to keep you undisciplined. Drugs and all this kind of stuff. NFL, all that stuff, they're trying to get you to be undisciplined so you don't discipline your energy, and therefore by doing that, then you sit on a lower frequency than them. And if you're a lower frequency, they may have control of you because that means the lower pressure submits to higher pressure. And they got you operating on lower frequency, lower wavelength, lower amplitudes. That means they can keep controlling you. They couldn't control Elijah Muhammad. They couldn't control FY either, or the MDT. So therefore, they had to send Farrakhan here to lower you back with Dianetics and all this BS he gave you, lower you back so they can control you again. That's why Suleiman's here to give you the vibe. That's why the angel is designed for that purpose, to vibrate on a certain level. But you have to have someone that themselves can vibrate on that level. Others crush them too. Vibrate on that level, start putting that vibration out there that will energize you and get your discipline back so you can operate on higher frequency. And once you start operating on higher frequency, higher wavelength, right, high amplitude, then they can't control you anymore. That's why it says that man in Mark, he was uncontrollable. Elijah Muhammad made him uncontrollable. But the demons got a hold to him and had him using that power against themselves. Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards. That's Farrakhan. You can't make that up. The little details. And that's what it says. Somebody had to come and clean it up. These messengers come, he'd come clean up the temple up. Why he had to clean up the temple up? You say Elijah, he had to clean up Elijah's mess, or someone came after Elijah? They come and clean it up. You understand? Get your discipline back so now you can operate on higher frequency because you have energy to do it. Once you do that, they can't touch you. Because you have to overcome the gravitational vortex to get out of here. You have to operate on higher frequency. That's 144,000. Remember, they was the one reading the angel. They was the one that got the angel. They was the one that got revelations. They was the only one that could hear it. And so they was operating higher frequency. That means that higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. So that means you was able to have enough pressure to get out of here. They couldn't harm you anymore. So matter of fact, I'm using the Lamb's Book of Life, got here. But those who weren't, they were still here. Because their pressure wasn't high. It said, then those who slept in the dust, some everlasting life, some everlasting shame and apartment. So they had to go tribulation to get that frequency up. So you get the hell out of here. So that's what's happening here. I've talked about this before, but I had made an error, so I'm correcting it today. What I'm saying here, and briefly, see, you're saying you got this wall can handle 1,000 pounds of force per minute. That means it's reactionary. It's reaction rate. Everything reacts like water. You put water, you throw a stone there, it reacts. It reacts very fast. So waves. So in other words, if you jump in it, you sink in because it reacts fast enough, right? But if it can't react fast enough, and you jump for a 5-story building, then it can't react enough, so it can't absorb that force fast enough. So when you hit, you hit a solid rock, bam! You hit the word like a solid because you put too much force, and the reaction rate can't absorb it that fast. That's happening here. So in other words, if you hit it with any force, right, that's less than 1,000 force per minute, then you might shake it, heat it up, whatever, but you won't knock it down. Okay? So what you're seeing is being hit with 1,000 pounds of force per minute. But it can handle 10,000, it can handle 1,000 force per minute. But you don't hit one per minute, so that means it can absorb it. Hit it, might rally, shake it, but it absorb it. Right? What happens here? So what happens here is now you're hitting one, but you hit it every 5 seconds you're hitting it. And in 55 seconds, that means it's hit it 10 times. So at 55 seconds, it's hit 1,000 pounds. So it can still absorb it. In 55 seconds, if you keep every 5 seconds, right, you keep hitting it. Every 5 seconds, you keep hitting it with 100 pounds, right? At 55 seconds, you reach this reaction limit, 1,000 pounds per minute. So, but if you do it for 60 seconds, that means you went to, right? No, right. If you do that in 50 seconds, that's 100. 10 times 5 is 50. So in 50 seconds, you've reached its reactionary rate, which is 1,000 pounds. You hit 1,000. You hit 1,000. You hit 100 pounds every 5 seconds. So in 50 seconds, right? You've applied 1,000 pounds of force on it. But if you do it for 55 seconds, you put 1,100 pounds, which is more than that can adjust, because it takes a whole minute to adjust to one. But you did it in 55 seconds, so it's going to, that's what happened. It's going to crumble. It's going to fall. You overcame its reactionary rate, so it crumbles. That's a straw that broke the camel's back, because it couldn't react fast enough. You overcame its reaction rate. See? Because you would put 1,100 pounds in 55 seconds. It can handle 1,000 every 60 seconds, but right? But you overcame that. You put an extra 100 pounds was enough to do it. That's a story by the walls of Jericho. Read that story. Mm-hmm. So this is the one out here. So say you're hitting it every 6 seconds, right? Every 1 6 at 100 pounds. Well, at 60 seconds, you've hit 1,000. But it may turn all red. It won't knock it down because it can handle 1,000 per minute. And if you hit every 6 seconds, right? What happened here? What? Oh. Okay, brother. Okay, I know what happened. Forget that. I'm not trying to explain it. Go into 6 seconds, brothers and sisters. That 5 seconds that keeps showing up, right? That shouldn't be there. But anyway, every 6 seconds, right? Every 6 seconds, after 60 seconds, that's 10 times. That's 1,000. It can handle that. It turned all red. But it won't knock it down because it can absorb that much. You understand? So what does it all mean? This means that the wall of Jericho represents America. And children of Israel, that's the angel. And you keep on saying, because they have a reaction, because they're all powerful. Remember, that wall is impenetrable, nobody can take it down. But it says keep on for 7 days, just keep on going around and around and around, saying the same old thing. Eventually, right, because their reaction rate is such that those vibrations cause America to change, right? But it's building up, building up, building up before they have a chance to absorb it all. See, they was able to absorb all what Elijah Muhammad did. They absorbed it. So they had no power with them anymore. They was able to absorb it. See? So in Farrakhan in, they was able to absorb it. But they can't absorb this because it's shaking America. It's rallying America. See, Elijah Muhammad rallied America too, but it wasn't enough to break it. But the angel is enough. It's rallying, and the amplitude is building, freaks is building, right? It's building, 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 right? And it's shaking. And at some point, it comes loose. Because it keeps shaking something once enough, it'll come loose, it breaks. That's how glass breaks. When you put a certain tone, keep on, it happens, the vibration is greater than the glass can handle. So it starts vibrating. It starts shaking. It's because, in other words, the glass can handle so much vibration. Everything vibrates. But you put more vibrations on it, more it can handle. So when it gets more, those molecules can't hold and they come apart. The glass shatters. That's happening in America right now. It's shaking because it can't react fast enough because it's much more powerful than what Elijah Muhammad had. He shook America, he shook it, but he didn't have enough to break it. And so they absorbed everything. That's why the Nation of Islam had no impact on America now, nothing. Not even concerned. Farrakhan try to make stuff relevant. Oh, they ain't scared of him. They don't even pay attention to him. Watch the weather, all this bullshit don't mean anything. He's in a wheelchair. See? Nation of Islam is a laughingstock. His Nation of Islam, Nation of India is a laughingstock. Nobody cares about them. Nobody fears them because they absorb that energy. Because they was able to store it, absorb it. But they can't absorb this one because it's rallied. And every day, if you watch the news every day, everything I'm saying is coming more and more real every day. And now America's, if everybody's afraid. They're on the verge of nuclear war. China, same hotspots I've been telling you about. China, North Korea, not China, North Korea, Europe, and the Middle East, Iran, Russia. I've been saying this in detail for years. On YouTube, go out there and not watch the weather, name Russia. Right? I talk about the vision. I'll come out, bring the vision. I specifically name Russia, specifically name Europe, specifically name Korea, North Korea, and China. Specifically name the Shia and Master Muhammad as Michael. He is Michael. Specifically, and which one would take place first would trigger the next one. Armageddon would take Armageddon East, Armageddon West, because it's going to be Armageddon over there, Armageddon here. I talk about the demon wars. So let me go through some of these wars quickly. I might miss a couple, right? One, everything else is still in time of wars and rumors of wars. The first major war in heaven, that's war breaks out, that triggers everything else. That trigger Armageddon also going to trigger the famine. The famine is going to trigger Armageddon here between the demons and the devils. That's a demon war talking about Revelation. That's a war. The demon war. They call it the war of the locusts. That's to a master and his children. That's demon. That's the 5-month war. Here, that's Armageddon West. Armageddon East is over in Europe. See? So, the Middle East is going to trigger that, right? Then that's going to trigger the goat war. In Daniel, the goat comes after the ram, America, right? Feet does not touch the land, means come over the Pacific Ocean. And the ram that came from the east, but they met in the middle on America. And that's Gog and Magog. Britain came here, established America. That's what we're talking about. And Britain's already gone, and only the military and all the military so-called British colonies, they're going to be here to make a last stand. But that goat, and that's where and the goat takes out. That's the goat war. That's goat war. Then you got the war, right? We go home, we have to take our land back. That's a war. That's another war. After Armageddon is gone, there's another war, take our land back. Right? They've taken us 50,000 years ago. Joshua takes his land back, should come back, take the land back. Okay? And then you got the war between the lamb and the beast. See, he overcome them. And the war of the latter days, that last war. It's a bunch of wars, brothers and sisters. Armageddon is just one of them. Are you ready? Hope I've informed you, brothers and sisters. Are you ready? It's the darkest part of the night just before dawn. See? Because you're about to see this precious building every 50 years, right? But you have the ability to overcome it. So I'm not going to go into explain this bunch. We talked about it. I'm losing my voice here anyway. So I talked about this in the last couple of days. You can go in and review it, right? Talking about frequencies. Well, I did correct this. See, right now, this is where we are right now. Because the demons, they operate on the same frequency as their devil daddies. See? We got the same amount of energy, but we have different frequencies, different wavelengths, different vibrations. And so that's caused confusion, disharmony. Because disharmony amongst us and amongst them, because they mixed in with us. That's the chaff, somebody sowed chaff amongst the wheat. They mixed in with us, that's called, so we're going to be separated. When they're separated, then you're going to have two, right? Both be united, but on a different wavelength. Because you see right now, you see demons. What you see right now, you see all these so-called blacks, they're demons. They're in conflict with America. Haven't you been noticing? So-called Black Lives Matter, they're in conflict with America. They're making demands. They want more. You see the conflict building right there? Because they're going to go to war. That's the demon war. And demon and devil war, they're going to go to war with each other. But it's going to be in the context of a famine. They'll be eating each other. There ain't going to be no surrender. It's going to be war. It's the worst kind of war you could imagine. Time of unprecedented trouble. They'll be eating each other because that's the only food there's going to be. It tells you that. It says they're going to eat you. You better read. You don't understand Revelations about the barley and the wheat. Huh? It tells you that's the food. And they're going to be eating each other. And the demons are going to be trying to take this country. But that's what you see right now. The spirit right now is them, and they want to take over America. They're making more and more demands. And we don't want the violence. We want to get the hell out of here. And that separation is about to take place. See? Once they're separated, now we got harmony amongst us. Harmony, that's like a laser. A laser, you got harmony, that means all that be, instead of light spreading out, it's on a point. It can burn through steel, it can burn through anything. See, because then we have unity, which we haven't had since we've been here. And this type of unity we haven't had in thousands of years. So now, and we can only achieve this unity on this level, only we can do it. Coming like a laser beam. And that's tense pressure. Because lasers put tense pressure on a small spot. I can burn right through it. Put tense pressure, harmony, Hajj. What Hajj is all about. We all operate on the same wavelength versus same wavelength. Never become united, never become powerful. That's how when the four winds blow, we come out as a great army, powerful army, united. And the demons are separated. Oh, I forgot one more war. The demon saint war. It tells you in Exodus, once Elijah came, he said, those with me, remember, he came to camp. God sent him back to the camp, right? He said, God, so go down there, man. Aaron took the people out of control. It's a mess down there. They turned away from what you told them. That's what it says. What about those details, Farrakhan? Who's that talking about there? So when he came back, that's what he said. So he had to say, who he came back? He came back. Who was in charge of the camp? Aaron. So why did he have to say, if he was teaching, Elijah's teachers, why would Elijah would have to say, those with me? Why ever say that? If everybody's with him. And then when he said that, some came with him and some didn't. So why was that? How come all of them didn't come to him? How come they, once Elijah showed up, how come they didn't get around Elijah? Answer that question. When Elijah showed up, how come they didn't join on to Elijah? If they was with Elijah, if they loved Elijah so much, and they was believing, why didn't they come and join Elijah when he said, "Go with me"? Why did not? Because they wasn't Elijah all the time. They knew he wasn't. You know, it was a damn lie. Most were demons anyway. So they stayed with Farrakhan. And then there was a war between the two, where all the Farrakhan and these people were slain. See, it don't mean that we're gonna kill them because they're gonna go. That's gonna trigger their war, the demon devil war. That means they were cast out. That's what it says in Daniel when thrones was cast down. What thrones? Farrakhan, his demons, they were thrown. Then the Ancient of Days just said where? He's going to take control of the true believers in NOI that was led astray, but then they recognized Elijah when Elijah returned and they submitted. But they got to go to tribulation before that era for making that mistake. So that's when he sits. But other thrones are cast down. Farrakhan's demons cast out. And that's when they go, because we defeated them. Now they go to war with Master. Go to war with them 5 months. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is different levels. See, same amount of energy, right? But in 12 minutes, folks, so I thought we can, in a simple way, we can solve a problem in 12 minutes. It takes them 51 minutes, 54 minutes to solve. Once we back, right now they think fast we do because we're on lower level than them. But once we move up, once we get to back, it's going to take a while to get back to that level. That's how much faster we think, much more powerful. Because with the brain power, they can bring this is not exactly the numbers, I'm just showing you relatively. The power they can generate in 50, we can generate in 12. Right? Just like we punching like 8 times faster than they are. So every time I throw 1 punch, we can throw 8 punches. Think of it that way. So everybody's pretty much operating on that level right there, European level. That's why Madam was ruling, because we didn't have enough energy to move. No one had enough energy to move on their natural levels. Up top is our natural level. Down there on the bottom, that's their natural level. They can't go above that. If you go above that, crushes them. They can't think above that level. But that level was the highest level at that time because everybody was suffering energy deprivation. They couldn't. It takes energy to operate on that level, on our different levels. So we didn't have it. So that means we was operating on the European level or lower. So we was in captivity. But now we got more energy. Now if we use it properly, then we start operating on a higher level. That means now we put pressure on them. Understand? So as the world was under Adam's control, they was operating. The mentality, right, was operating on that level. But now Suleiman is raised to a high level, and that's what's going to make Lazarus, right? So up there is natural. But it could be a while if we get back there, brothers and sisters. It'll be a while before we get back to that. What's on top there? Wait a minute. I missed something here. It'll be a while before we get there. Okay. When we get home, we still won't be there. We'll be operating on a higher level, right? Closer to African level, but we won't be there. It'll be a while before we get there. Because it's going to take a few jubilees. See, every 50 years, we get an energy wave, the universe contracting. And that energy, we take them, the earth converts into a form we can use from waves into vibrations. And so if we use it properly, right? Then we start vibrating a higher frequency. Because we're capable of operating higher frequencies, but we have that energy to do it. So it'll take a while. So right now, the world's moving towards that frequency. That's why I see Oriental, China's rising. Because now it can operate higher frequency, and I got enough energy to operate at higher frequency, which is putting pressure, downward pressure on the European nations. Because now they operate at higher frequency. That means they can't overcome Europe. They can't overcome China. Because China's more greater pressure on them. That's why China's moving, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's the GOAT war, so pretty soon they're going to clash. But we got to be operating on higher frequency than that. In other words, they'll crush us along with them. That's why you got to get the hell out of here. Oops. Everything vibrates, brothers and sisters. Everything vibrates. Just depends on your energy level, how great your vibrations are, and your ability to vibrate. We have the highest ability to vibrate, right? We can vibrate. That's where we can go to the end of the universe and back, because we can vibrate at the highest levels that's possible, right? The universe can vibrate at a high pressure, higher level than we are. So therefore, we can survive any pressure that the universe can bring to bear. The universe on total contraction is vibrating at a very intense level. We're there. That's one of the reasons why we designed ourselves like we did, because we knew that when we got energy deprivation, we wouldn't be able to vibrate at that frequency to maintain control. So we brought that brown germ out that we know they could operate that frequency. That's the devils. And so they would rule for that brief period of time. We didn't want to turn Earth into just a jungle. So we said, okay, give it to Adam. Okay, brothers and sisters, I am going to leave it there. I'm not going to this. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Okay. But every 50 years now, since 1860, we start getting energy. It's a positive energy wave. Earth, it's momentum in the heavens of Earth, but it's coming above us suddenly. It means the Earth gets these waves, it can transform it into vibration energy that we can use. I keep saying transform the type of energy we can use, right? And now we use it for that purpose. So 1860 was the first one. And music is vibrations as an expression. Whose music dominates the planet? Ours. That tells you something right there. We're the ones that influence the weather. That's why the weather's all messed up, because we're angry. We're starting to get angry. Wait till we get fully angry. Wait, what you think was happening in America when black folks, when original people really get angry, when they finally come together? This place is going to turn into a tornado alley. Watch the weather. It's going to turn into tornado alley. Hurricane City. Weather's going to be starving to death, no food. The weather's totally out of control. And you ain't gonna never see anything like it. Because that anger, that's why in here we'll be perfect, because we'll be happy and peaceful. So we'll be happy and peaceful. You don't understand our connection. We create all this. It's a reflection of us. So it's us. As Elijah Muhammad said that himself. I don't think it's a message of black man, but I know he said it. He said we control the weather. It says in lessons that it says who control sun, earth, earthquakes and everything else. The Son of Man does it. We control it. But it's a reflection of our emotions. So we become angry. Now the weather's angry. And it looks like it's targeting people. So the first 1860, I'm just going to go through it briefly, right? And we had the blues. Go ahead, the blues that, right? But then 50 years later, right? Oops. Yeah. Brothers and sisters. Hello, bug here. But 50 years later, right, we got more energy, another energy wave. Well, I'm not going into all the details here, brothers and sisters, but a war is always accompanies it. I'm not going to go into that. Then we had another, right? What was this? Jazz. Had more energy. And we had this Negro butt on the Tucker Carlson the other night, talking about his father was a sharecropper. I told you. The demons sowed in amongst us. They sowed these amongst us. That's their seed. And half of the so-called blacks in America are their children. They're wolves, sheep clothing. That's their children in black skin. That's not us. Right? So it's 17 million. That's why let's say 17 million. It's talking about now. 17 million of us, 17 million, but they all mixed together. So when the energy came, because he got different wavelength, we started separating because wavelengths wasn't matching. So the separation started back then. So some ran to sea, some sharecropper. You know, my father's sharecropper, right? Because you're a demon. Because you were the only ones who want to stay. You want to stay around master. Because you was living in master house, was in the field. You was a house Negro and was in the field. So now you're so-called free. You want to stay with master. So you say sharecropper. And the rest got the hell out of there. Right? See? And then you get to 50 years later, you have the next division. Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Dubois and all those people, right? Washington, all these people, right? See, oh man, we should think more like Europeans. Be Eurocentric. And you have people like Marcus Garvey and Noble Drew Ali and Elijah and Matt Farmer showed up. So no, we need to think Afrocentric. Farrakhan trying to get you to think Eurocentric. Think about it. Farrakhan's trying to get you to think Eurocentric because he's a demon. Or we should stay here. America belongs to us. We need to bring them in. We need to think analytically. Analytically is double thinking. We are spatial people, creative. You understand? He's trying to get you to think Eurocentric because he wants to stay here. Integration, all that kind of stuff. Bring them in. You don't get it? He ain't talking about separation. Because he's one of them. That's the way he thinks. That's the plane he vibrates on. So then jazz now start jazzing. We have more energy. Jazz more energy than blues, doesn't it? See? So now Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Then 50 years later, what? Remember, wars come to these things. I'm not going into that kind of detail here, bro. Since that's when I already made my main point. But I just followed up with this here. This one here, bro and sisters. And then, 50 years, 60s, 1860s, 100 years, right? Motown, that was more energy. Disco, rap, all that, right? Much more energy. See, but then you had another division. Integration, separation. And we get close to the master. I want to get her away from master, see? Great separation. And when they got what they wanted, they ran to suburbs, left you in the ghetto. They don't have to care about you. They only come around, they want votes and carrying on. They're still in master's house. In Congress, in Senate, or White House, they're still in master's house. They want to be with master. They only come to you to get the votes and carrying on. They don't care about you. You understand? More energy now. I'm saying it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. See? More energy. More vibrations, because we got more energy now. There's Islam rising. Then what? 50 years, now we're 50 years later. We're that period of time. See? And new music is about to come up. I'm not a musician. I don't think it's going to come from me. If it did, I'd surprise me. Right? I call it paradise. Whoever comes, they call it whatever they want to call it. I call it paradise. It doesn't exist yet, but it's going to hear in a few more days. It's going to give more energy. This is going to be victorious energy, empowering. It's going to energize the demons too. Because they're going to war with the devil. They're going to take country now. They're going to take it. That's what they're talking now. Black Lives Matter, they're talking about taking country. They want it. They think they're going to take it. And that's part of the reason they have war with us, because they want us to help them. We don't want part of that. They will try to defeat the leaders of our side so they can take the members, have them fight with them. Farrakhan's one of them. He's going to be with them. He's going to be a spiritual leader. He's not going to lead it. I think I know who's going to lead it, but it won't be him. He's going to be a spiritual leader. But there's going to be a demon that's going to lead. He's going to be Martin Luther King on steroids. And they're going to try to take this country. Remember, but it's during a famine. People eating each other. They fight to the death. They're going to be starving too. Only one's going to be starving is us. You heard about manna from heaven? Manna from heaven is going to make sure we have food, and we're going to have a great army to protect us, right? To keep them from, taking it. And then we're going to be taken out of here. Those left behind, they'll be fed too on their journey to get the hell out of here. Journey to the West Coast to get the hell out of here. That's no story together, brothers and sisters. But they will have, says, my people eat, but yours go hungry. That's those, remember, those that went through tribulation, they washed their robes in the blood of that lamb. It means the angel was teaching them, and then they apply it enough to get their vibrations up, right? Enough pressure to escape this gravitational vortex. I call it paradise. New music coming is victorious. It's going to have you so energized. You think energized? You want to have you so energized? Well, you're going, ooh, it's going to, see? Man, you motivated. It says that time, Suleiman, when you're ready, your people are going to volunteer. They're going to be so excited. They're going to be so energized. Read it. So they're going to be so energized. They're going to be ready. They're going to be ready for battle. See? When they start singing that victory song, that battle song, oh man, the sisters going to swoon. They ain't going to swoon that much, though. They're going to swoon. But they're going to be battle ready too. And some the sister soldiers, we ain't putting them out there on the line, but some are going to want it on the line. We're not going to stop them, but we're going to protect them because nobody better put a hand on them. When they're going to battle, they're going to battle. Okay, sisters, y'all want to go to battle? Get y'all generals, get y'all lieutenants to get y'all going to battle. We're going to stay right next to you. And the first one you fall, God damnation will be on anybody that touch you. If any one of you fall in battle, woe to those that cause you to fall. Because we're going to be at your side. That you kick ass. And not one of you better fall. Anyone that cause you to fall, that's their ass. We're going to be right at your side. So if you want to go to battle, sis, we're going to be right with you. Don't think these sisters can't battle. I'm from Newark, right? I grew up, I know these sisters can battle because they get mad, they throw down. I see the sister more give them a hard time. Sister pull a blouse off, right? Throw them dukes up, boy, wow, beat you down. That's Newark. Now I don't know about any place else, but I see it, and I know it. Those sisters in Newark, you know, they throw down when they want to. Our sisters are warriors too. Man, we used to be one. We're still one now. We're just two separate beings. 180 degrees. They're still warriors. They just come from a different point of view. See, they outwit your ass. See, we go in boxing. Hey, they ain't gonna sit box with you. Someone will. See? But you got to go sleep, don't you? But if sisters want to go to, they want someone to battle. You know, I've been told, Master Prophet Muhammad had female generals. I don't know what's going on in Sunni land now. If female generals, we'll have some. They want to go to battle. And if anyone, and we were standing right there watching, and the first sister fall, we're going to roll. We're going to roll all over them, all over the enemy. So we're going to have our sisters being harmed anymore. And I ain't put no fear in my sisters at all. None, zero. Any sister that works with me knows I don't put any fear in them. In any circumstance, no fear. We don't put fear in our women. We put fear in theirs. There's no more fear for you sisters. Right? None. Hope you understand, bro. Says, I'm going to leave it there. Paradise. Paradise. See, as everyone comes, a war comes, each one of them. So I didn't go into detail, but look at my previous ones. I explained a war comes, each one of these situations, and this Armageddon. Armageddon. Armageddon East, Armageddon West. It's Armageddon, Farrakhan. You got bad translation, you got that King James translation. That show you right there, you're stupid right there. Okay? But we don't care, because you're doing a good job. Because you're like a weather vane. I mean, you're like a magnet. You're attracting those demons to you. And you're doing a good job. So we don't have to go looking for them. Right? Well, I can talk a lot about this AI, but if they was able to, cyborgs and stuff, I talk about that. But in Africa, I didn't go in. I've talked about earlier, you know, other previous ones. But Africa's also being energized. They're about to split into two. You talking about Africa's not talking about unity. We weren't talking about that before. I told you, I've been telling you for years, Africa's going to split into two parts. Ain't going to be a whole bunch of nations anymore. It's going to be two Islamic Africa and non-Islamic Africa. Going to be two states. And I'm going to cut the chase, bro. So I know this is going to have somebody rolling. Obama's going to be the beast that's going to control non-Islamic Africa. Okay. Hope you having fun with that one. But when he rolls in, you demons, because he rolling in with that goat, and he ain't going to roll in to help you, because that's going to be your final battle. When they come rolling in, that's going to be your final battle where you're going to be defeated. You're going to have a 5-month war with your devil daddies. They're going to defeat you after 5 months. When the demons when the goat come rolling in, they're going to be embarking on the West Coast. And that's when your final battles where you're going to be defeated. At the same time, right? The saints, those that went through tribulation, that time they will have achieved enough vibration, energy, to be greater than the goat. And so the goat's going to open up and let them through. That's the Red Sea. Open up and let them through. They ain't going to mess with them. Because Master Muhammad is going to protect them anyway. But they're going to have enough. See, let me say this, and I'm going to go. Read chapter 17 again. Why does those kings attack America, the harlot? Why they do it? It says, because Master Muhammad put in their minds to do it. He said, put in their minds. How do you do that? How do you put in their minds to attack America? How do you do that? See, you got to understand the scenario. Because at that particular time, they have total control of the Middle East, total control of all of the Middle East. At that time, America would be needing that, or they get war. They lost their strategic petroleum reserve. It's gone. And they can't get out of the ground fast enough. So they're going to be totally dependent upon all the Middle East. Just like you, that's why Europe economy collapses. That's why they end up going with Russia, because that's the only way you can get oil. So they just betray America and go to Russia. You can't put the piece together for you, and America's going to be in desperate need. That's why we have a famine over here, because oil is going to be gone. And they're going to use all they have for military. And who else depends upon that oil? China and India, totally. Totally. So if our Master Muhammad says, okay, if you want to get some oil from us, you attack them, we get oil. Because your military don't mean anything without the oil. There you go. Put it together for you, brothers and sisters? Mm-hmm. I put it together for you close enough? Okay. Hope I put it together for you. Hope you understand it. See? That's that. See, it's mind right here. The brain's being crushed, pressed too great. That rest. See, that's their minds in America going crazy. Man's not a man. All this stuff they talk, crazy stuff. Because that's why I talk that, because their mind is being crushed. They can't think clearly anymore. That's what's happening. It's just a spiritual thing or emotional thing. No, because their mind can't think clearly anymore. It's confused. They can't distinguish between man and woman, all that kind of stuff anymore. That's real. They ain't just making that up. That's real to them. At the same time, our minds cannot produce, because now we got rid of all these fake religions and we adopted mathematics. There's a true religion. And now I'm just showing this here, this technology, but this is not technology we're going to have. I'm showing our minds, their minds being crushed, our minds are producing technology, but not this. Just make all things new. It's technology you can't even imagine right now. Scripture tells you can't even imagine technology. Just like this technology right here, they couldn't imagine 150 years ago. They couldn't imagine any of this stuff. Computers, iPhones, planes, and the technology we come with, you can't even imagine right now. If I told you, you wouldn't imagine it. But it says God's wise heaven and earth. That means we can go out any place out in the universe. It wouldn't be a God if it took a long time to get out there. Blink of an eye, almost. You can't even imagine traveling through the universe at 24 billion miles per second. So how you do it? Because that's why we got constellations and galaxy stuff. Because we did that. We got special engines, I'm not going to explain to you, that keep stars all bundled up. So we have space lines to get through them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to travel out there. And even if these folks was able to win the war, they could never get out there. They could never get out there. They'd still be locked into this solar system. They could never get out there. Because at the speeds they need to get out, they could never achieve them. They already see Master Muhammad's plane, they can't touch it. They would need something like that. And if they had that, it still wouldn't do them any good. They'd have to have a supercomputer that had super GPS that tell them where the space lanes are. Because if they hit anything out there at move that speed, it would crush them. So they couldn't do, it's a whole nother story together, brothers and sisters. You don't know who you are. Everything out there, you created. It didn't come out by itself. No mystery God did either. You did it. And finally, brothers and sisters, this is about to happen. That's the demons and the saints mixed together. Chaff and the wheat. And Suleiman's But they got one level of vibrations, freaks say we got another level, so we're all confused. They confused, we confused. And so what happened is that Suleiman, because he's broadcast certain freaks, that's the angel. Angel designed the vibrating serpent, right? Certain right frequency to raise up Lazarus, to separate the demons out of us. Is that what happens? So now they united and we united. 17 million strong on both sides. Right? So you're a long way to get to the separation first, right? Sharecropper city, Eurocentric, Afrocentric, integration, separation, total, right? We're going home, they stand here. And they well, 17, that's why less than 17 million. Because they're talking about now. We're talking about, it wasn't 17 million blacks back then when mass farmers showed up. 17 million. It's 34 million now. Half of them are demons. And we going, and they stay here. That's why it says, what did the Legion say? Please don't make me leave the country. You don't want to leave here. That's Falcon. I don't want to leave here. No, because he wants to stay here with Daddy. He had no future. Think about Nicodemus. Nicodemus was supposed righteous man, but he was a demon. Nicodemus. Demon, get it? And Jesus said, I don't want you. I don't care how right you are. We don't want you. We don't want no demons. We don't care how right you think you are. Falcon, I'm a host of holy and everything. We don't cut you. You got to be born again. I mean, you got to be remade because you're a demon. We don't want you. Come on, you got born again. You got to get baptized, whatever. Hope you understand, bro. So we're going to leave it there. Definitely going to leave it there. Hope you understand. Okay.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. The judge, Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the crusher, Sulaiman. That's where the name Son of Man comes from, Sulaiman. Son of Man would have hair like lamb's wool. Oh, excuse me, Farrakhan, unless you had hair transplant lately, you don't have hair like lamb's wool. You have hair like your devil father. Like your devil father. Again, like your devil father. You're not the seed of Abraham. You're seed of a devil. So there's no way in hell you could be our Savior, our deliverer. And Master Muhammad, he's the God, but he's not the Son of Man. He doesn't have hair like lamb's wool either. Doesn't have skin like burnished brass. You know, like this skin tone here. That's the skin tone, brass. Hair like lamb's wool. Breaker of the 7 seals. The opposite of Antichrist. Both came to creation at the same time. Conception of Suleiman, the Christ, would be same conception as the Antichrist. Falls Israel, 1948. Signs are there, brothers and sisters. You suddenly come to Elijah's temple, 1970. All signs there, brothers and sisters. He'd be the messenger of the covenant, talk about the covenant of Abraham. And you know anyone talking about that? The fulfillment of the covenant. He would come after Aaron. Aaron had 42 years, having wandered around the wilderness, confused, making a mockery for the enemies, turning towards the golden calf, turning hearts towards Egypt, towards America. Oh, we gotta love America. America belongs to us. Bring devils in NOI. So, like Elijah Muhammad said, the truth be made so clear. In food not error. So if you're erring, brothers and sisters, then, well, you're probably not my brother or sister if you're erring. That's not the difference between erring and being asleep. It's 2 different things. See? Well, depends on how you look at it. But if you consciously, willfully ignorant, that's erring. But if you sleep, right, well, you could be in error, but you're not consciously in error. So you need to be awakened. And that's my job, to awaken Lazarus. Lazarus just need to be awake. You sleep. He's sleeping very hard. You have to, so I have to shake him. That shake with vibrations. Right? Shake him real hard. Put some heavy vibrations on him. That's the INJIL. That's shaking, vibrating. Then he wakes up. Oh man, what the hell? When Lazarus wakes up, he's going to rock the world. He's going to shake the world. Shake the earth. When Lazarus wakes up, he's going to shake the earth. Shock it out. He's going to shake the earth when Lazarus wakes up. It'll be a glorious day, especially for the sisters. Especially for the sisters. Because when he wake up, the first thing Lazarus is going to do, he's going to take them sisters to his breast, make sure nobody mess with him ever again. First thing he's going to do is protect his woman. When Lazarus wakes up, the first thing he's going to do is take care of his woman. Protect her, make sure she's secure and safe. The first thing he's going to do. First thing. For anything else. He's going to bring his women back into safety, back into glory, and back to honor. Make the world worship their beauty. First thing he's going to do. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. Get out. See? Telling you to get out, brothers and sisters. If you can't understand what I'm saying, just get out. Maybe your instinct will serve you. Just get the hell out of here. America's about to blow, and you don't want to be here when it happens. It's shaking right now. It's vibrating. Using something vibrating is enough. After a while, you say, you should know by without even mathematics, from experience, something vibrating enough, it's going to come apart. Keeps vibrating, vibrating strong, and come apart. America's vibrating, shaking at its foundation, at its own mind. You got top intellectuals, the wisest mind in the country, can't tell you the difference between a man and a woman. Now, that's not shaking at the fruit. That tells you right there if you can read. Can you read, brothers and sisters? I ain't talking about pencil and paper. Can you read reality? Because if you're in that religion cross, no, you can't. Because they tell you don't have the ability to read there. Because it's not in touch with reality. Everything around is mathematics, everything. There's nothing around you that's not mathematics, including you, DNA. They say, oh, you got this soul that well, where is it? And if you got this soul, this eternal soul they tell you have, immortal soul, right? Well, where was it before you was born? Where was it before you was born? If you got this soul that's somehow inside your body, where was it before you was born? If it's immortal, right, it's been here forever. So where was it before you was born? See? Because in Genesis says man became a living soul. That means you wasn't a living, you wasn't alive before. If in your body you became a living soul, that means you wasn't alive before. And so when you cease life, you're dead. That means dead means dead. You're not alive anymore. You're not conscious, not aware of anything. You're not burned up in the fire nowhere. You know, they cremate people. You think those people feel that that fire burning? The biggest lie I ever told you, brothers and sisters, the biggest lie I ever told you, the hell was after you die and the devil was somebody to be after you die when you was in hell for 5 years and the devil was beating you, raping you, attacking you, oppressing you, terrorizing you 24/7 without rest, no breaks, no day off, nothing. They had to tell you how to control you, brothers and sisters, because if you realize that you were in hell and that was the devil, you'd have cut a stroke. There's no way in the world you'd endure that if you had a way out. They told you had no way out. See, they told you had no way out, because if you didn't do that, then you was going to hell, which was worse than this. But when you realize that you had, see, the people when we first came over here, they saw right away that we wasn't afraid of death. You had sisters with babies jumping off the boats, knowing they was eaten by sharks. They wasn't afraid of death with their little baby with them. Now, jumping off a boat, eaten by sharks, that's something. They wasn't afraid of it. They rather that than what they perceive, because they realized these were devils that had them on these ships. And they realized they were taken to hell. There's hell with that. They realized, they understood. They understood these was devils. And they was taking them to hell. And they said, the hell with that. And they said, oh man, what are we going to do? Because the other ones, if they could catch them, they would kill them. They would kill Master. If they could get their hands on them, they said, what are we going to do? How are we going to control these people? Okay, we got to tell them that, hey, no, the hell is after you die. To keep them from killing themselves. And it's going to be worse than this. You have no escape. There's no escape. The only thing you can do, only escape is obey us. And then we'll tell Master that you was okay and you was good. And so then you can go to heaven. You still be a slave in heaven, but you have pork chops up there instead of bullshit, instead of cow chips here. They told you had no escape. No escape. Because nobody on the planet believed that crap. The Japanese didn't believe it. Remember the kamikazes? They would go in, they have a little celebration. They put their little thing on their head, right? And getting those zero planes, they call them. And they go and they made themselves a missile. They dive into the ships and blow them up and blow themselves in the process. They didn't care about death. The Sunnis don't care about death. See what they be doing. The Filipinos, nobody was scared, afraid of death. No one. Because they didn't believe that crap. No one believed that there was no such idea of you going to hell forever and ever after you die. That's a European thing. Nobody else believe that. You don't find that in Buddhism. You don't find it in Hinduism. Well, they tell you, right, you're going to be reincarnated back here. But there's no place you can go and burn forever and ever and ever. That concept did not exist. That concept didn't exist until 5 years ago when they built that concept, especially to put that cross on your mind, right? To cross out your intelligence and to keep you in slavery. Because that's what Scripture said. You endured slavery all your lives. All your lives. Because of fear of death. And he who had the power of death over you was the devil. They say the person who had power over you was the devil. Who had power of death over us? I mean, is that scripture clear enough for you, Farrakhan? They said he said they ain't devils. Or the scripture said no. The ones that had power of death, he was the devils. They had power of death over us. And if you didn't obey them, then he was going to send you to hell. And you're, oh, master, please. See, you wasn't asking master not to beat you. Please not to beat you. You was praying, master, please don't send me to hell. Because you wasn't afraid of dying. You was afraid of going to hell. And right now, if you took that concept out of the churches, there would be no churches. Because they're not in there because they want to go to heaven. They're in there because they don't want to go to hell. And they know it. And those preachers know that too, because they're liars. They're lying. They're there just for the money. A lot of them know there ain't no hell. That's a big lie. Said you endured slavery all your lives because of fear of death. And who had the power over death? That was the master said it. And it says the devil. Who had the power over death was the devil. Because they're devils. We was in hell. And devils was telling us lies that there was a hell beyond this. And then talking about Christianity. Wait a minute. Christianity didn't save us. It enslaved us. All this was done under the banner of the cross. All of it. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Pace is about to blow. Because you reap what you sow. And the judgment started in 2020. 1619 to 2019, that's 40 years. Read the Abrahamic covenant, if you will. It's in the so-called Old Testament and so-called New Testament. So they can't say, hey, well, since Jesus came, it don't matter anymore. No, it's in both places. Both places. Abrahamic covenant. And they say the same exact thing. 40 years of torment and oppression and servitude. And then after that, the judge will come. God will come. Or the judge will come. And judge that nation, 2020. And the first of 10 plagues, you have 9 more. The other 9 is not Armageddon. First of 10 plagues, right? Kill the firstborn, which is elderly, pass over us. Move on, brothers and sisters. We're going to talk some mathematics, some real mathematics. And I think, as words to do this again, I talked yesterday. I'm going to go a little more detail today. See? I want you, brothers and sisters, I tell you, everything is mathematics. Elijah Muhammad told you Islam is mathematics. Mathematics is Islam. Master Muhammad said if you want to be successful, learn the mathematical language. Calculus is the mathematical language. Physics is the nature of how the universe works. Okay, brothers and sisters. Let's talk about this first. After all these, I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, having authority. Great earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. And he cried out in strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon the Great. That's talking about America, right? Babylon the Great. And she became dwelling place of demons and the prison of every spirit unclean. That dwelling place of demons Well, if demons are headaches and attitudes, right? Like Farrakhan's trying to tell you, like, also everybody's talking about demons. They never talked about demons before. I've been telling about demons for 30 years. I've been telling who the demons are. Farrakhan is a demon. His father's a devil. That's what make you a demon. That's the chaff that was shown amongst the wheat. They try to tell you that everybody that got same skin tone is black. That's not true. Ask an Indian. You got Indians over there way darker than me, jet black. They wouldn't call themselves black. They're offended if you tell them black. They're Indian. But that's a lie they're telling you, so they can have their seed in amongst you, keep you divided. Wolves among the sheep. Wolves in sheep clothing. Same thing they had in the field. They would send their children out because they know the children have the same wavelength they are. Same frequency on. But they'd be amongst you, sowing confusion and division. They're still doing today. Trying to get you in all that BS. We don't have a part of it. Farrakhan, we're gonna bring them in. All right, we're gonna take them out. We don't want no parts of this. That's your thing. You understand? Okay. She fell. The great became dwelling place of demons. It means of real people. Not dwelling with some spirit or something, to a place of demons, right? See? And prison of every spirit unclean, right? And prison of every bird unclean, having been hated. Now those things are real, right? Because out of the wine anger, the fornication her have fallen all the nations. Now who's controlling all the nations? There's no nation on the planet that's controlling America. And what did Satan say to Jesus when he was in the wilderness? He says, I have control. Remember, because they call him, and the Bible says he's the God of this world. So if he's the God of this world, that means everybody's in submission to him. That means if he's the God of this world and the most powerful nation in the world is not in submission to him, then what kind of God would he be? They worship Satan. Look at that worship. Know them by their works. What's the works of America? Genocide, theft of this land, murder, rape, and kidnapping of us, terrorizing us. How can you maintain someone in that kind of slavery for 400 years without terror? And they idolize the people that did it. Oh, they're our fathers. Why you idolize the people that did it? Didn't Jefferson, wasn't he a slave owner? You think he kept people enslaved by his personality? Oh, I'm the president of the United States. So y'all just work hard, bust your ass for me, and raping everything. I'm president. That's how he did it? Or was he terrorizing, killing people, hanging them, torturing them? Yeah, you idolize these people. Pedophiles. Jefferson, Washington, you idolize these people. That means you still, to us, you still nothing. To us, we still nothing to you. We still 3/5 human. They put in the Constitution, so is that the works of God, a righteous God, or the works of Satan? You can't, how can you be deceived by that? Are those works of stealing this nation, committing genocide on the people here, bringing people over here, millions died in the process, raping and murdering babies and children, right? Feeding children to gators for aid. They try to say, well, it was only in the South. No, it was a whole country. Harriet Tubman was a slave in the North. Wall Street was a slave trade center. That's why I call it Wall Street, because you just lined slaves up along the wall. It was a whole damn country. And Lincoln did not free the slaves because of a humanitarian reason. He did it because he heard a Industrial Revolution. They ain't need you in the damn fields no more. So now, masters putting you in the factories, and hey man, you can't do that because now we got to compete against slave labor. We can't beat that. That was all about. They threw the dictionary, got 40 acres a mule, anything. And now they're getting ready to finish your ass off with AI. They got gonna finish you up off AI because now they don't need you at all. Been to Walmart lately? You think they're gonna send you a check? You don't get it. They ain't gonna come to that, but if we sit back and just, if Master Muhammad just sit back and I sit back and just wait, and let you see the full impact of what's happening, oh man. But they got planned for you. It says they got planned something for you. It says let's deal with them truly in a way they won't understand what's happening. So keep listening to Farrakhan. See? So America's not under control of any other nation. So who's the nation that's controlling all other nations? That's what we're talking about, right? Because it says, because wine, anger, fornication, her, and fall all nations. So what nation is causing all the fall? Who is nations that's promoting this stuff all over the nation, right? Same-sex marriage, LGBT. Who's promoting all that stuff? It ain't China. It ain't Russia. It ain't India. It ain't Africa. Who's doing it? This is simple stuff. This ABC stuff here, brothers and sisters, right? And the king of earth, with her committed fornication, and you need to understand the king of earth. King of earth represents European countries, but you don't know that, right? And traveling mercy earth out of power, unreigning luxury of her came rich. She's a capitalist nation. It tells you, I think, Isaiah and Jeremiah, right? That says the land of merchants, called Chaldeans. Chaldeans is what the Bible way of saying Caucasian. Chaldeans. So it's the land of merchants. See? Travis, capitalism, which is slavery by definition. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. In other words, the most you get all the work out, don't give them a damn thing. They gave us nothing. They wouldn't give us anything decent to eat. We ate like pigs, and we ate shitlins. That's what they call it. They took the S off, put the C there, and now they say they ain't gonna never figure it out. And they right to some extent, because when you cook that stuff, you see the shit's all over the place. You smell it, you can see it floating. So why you still eat it? Because that's what they gave you to eat back then. Now you still eat it. You don't have to now. You just do, right? Or cow chips. The Bible said they feed you cow manure. It says it right here. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. I heard, right? I heard another voice out of heaven say, "Come out of her, my people, come out." Barakah said that means come out of religion, come out of custom. Really? Okay, you hold on to that thought. See where it gets you. You get the hell out of here, right? In order that you should not share in the sins of her, out of the plagues of her, in order that you should not receive, so you don't receive her plague. Because if you stay here, you're going to get them too, right? Because we're glued together all the sins of her to heaven, called the mind that God unjust acts for another, she'd be a judge. But, if America says so great, well, the judgment, I'm telling you, I'm the judge. The judge is, as you've done, so shall be done to you. So if you've been doing good, then you have nothing to worry about. You got nothing but a glorious future, because the judge is here, and that's the judgment. That's the judgment claimed against you. As you have judged, so shall be done to you. So shall be done to you. So shall it be done to you as you have done. So you should, if you're such a great, good people, you should be rejoicing. Oh, now we're about to get our great reward because we've been blessed. We've been doing all these great things all over the world. And look at icons, Jefferson, Washington, the angels. Look all the great things they've done. So you shouldn't have no problem with that. Why would you have a problem if I say, as you have done, so it's be done to you? Why should you have a problem with that? Nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. We don't, when the Bible talks about crucifixion of Christ, that's what it's talking about. It's talking about us as a nation. We've been crucified for the last 500 years. 500 years. They wouldn't make it when he cover our nakedness up. Couldn't he cover our nakedness? And to the extent we do, we got barely cover it. Right now, it's barely covering it. But back in the fields, we couldn't even cover our nakedness. They stripped us everything. That's what the Lord on the left saying. He said they stripped everything. Couldn't even cover our nakedness. I mean, they stripped you of everything. But now you can cover your nakedness if you want to. But some of you don't even doing it now. Some of you still got your nakedness exposed because you're not using your energy, right, to develop yourself. But back in there, we couldn't even cover our nakedness. So that's gross. Well, we couldn't even cover our nakedness. Was totally had no power, even control our neck. Couldn't even cover ourselves with our hands. See, our women was totally exposed. They was raping them relentlessly. It was a hybrid nation of demons. That's their seed, but then they tell them they're us. They're not us. So let's get to the math, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna make this. Okay. Now, for those of you that have a little math issues, right? I'm just trying to show you this here, so we're going to go into this. I'm going to go into a little more detail yesterday, right? Because I know some of you have some math issues out there. Some of you have some serious math issues. Some of you think that 5 plus 3 is 53. Some of you couldn't tell how much 5 times 9 divided by 5 is without a calculator. 5 times 9 divided by 5. Well, how about 3001 times 10? How much 3001 times 10? See? Easy stuff, but that's easy. Okay. But if you multiply these two things together, see, I showed, I'm going step by step. That's the answer. 3 times 3 is 9. -9, because the positive sign and negative sign is negative, right? And then 3 times x, positive 3 times is 3x, positive 3x. And then x times 3, x times negative 3 would be negative 3x. So those two cancel out. Negative 3x cancels out positive 3x. And then x times x, x squared. There you go. So that's your answer, x squared minus 9. So I want you to see it before we move in so you understand the math we're going to talk about here. Because this is the math of deception. Math is everything. I'm telling you, everything is mathematics, everything in the universe. Now, the question is, detail is summary. Because you get a story, you get this detailed version or you get a summary version. Like watch the weather, that's a summary. Okay, give us details. What kind of weather? It's going to be storms, it's going to be hurricanes, it's going to be tornadoes, it's going to hit Nevada, right? Or it's going to hit in June. I mean, give some details. See, because summary is just say, oh, it's watch the weather. That's summary. But details going to say, okay, there's going to be a hurricane, right? It's coming in. It's going to roll in on Wednesday, right? Wednesday morning, right? And it's going to be a hurricane level 10 or whatever, right? See, and it's going to, it's going to be in this county. That's details. Otherwise, just hey, watch the weather. Okay, so is that important? Does that matter? Okay, now I'm showing you the same thing I showed you before just now, right? But I'm showing it in, instead of putting a number, I'm putting t, because t is the time. In this case, t is the time that the detail of that thing you're talking about takes place. So they watch the weather, right? Okay, that time is the event, right? Detail specifies the event, the time of the event. That's what T represents, the time of the event. Okay? The time of the event. Understand that. Okay. So I'll try to explain this as simple as I can, brothers and sisters. Now watch this. Now I'm saying T is the time of the event. So the time of the event, say the event's going to be in 3 years. Right? Say, okay, like you might say, the war in Armageddon will be starting 3 years from now, or the war in the Middle East will start in 3 years. So that's T. That's the time. That's the time the event going to take place, right? Oh, Armageddon's going to be Armageddon. Okay, when? Oh, Armageddon's going to be in 3 years. Okay, so I'm saying just it's going to happen in 3 years in the future. So I'm putting 3 there. T. It's going to happen 3 years in the future from this point, at this point in time, right? I'm just giving you, show you an example here, right? So X here is the year we are in right now. So in the first year, I'm saying 3 years from now, there's going to be this war. But it's the first year, okay? So here's the equation. This equation here is the equation of deception. See, there's equations for everything in mathematics, because everything is mathematics. So this particular equation is, you'll see in a few minutes, it's the equation of deception. Why? Because something strange happens here. So let's say it's the first year, right? So, and you got a summary. Now summary is over here on the left side, that's x squared minus 9, that's summary. The details is on the other side, x minus 3 times x plus, because remember, that equals, they both equal each other. But one is summary and one is detail, one's giving you details. One's a summary. X squared minus 9 is a summary. X minus 3 times x plus 3, that's the details. Understand? One's a summary, but they both equal each other. Right? Okay. So in the first year, we wait. Remember, it's going to have 3 years in the future. So what happened in the first year? So we put 1 in the x's. So we show it down the bottom in there. So that means 1 times 1 squared is 1 times 1 minus 9 equals minus 8. X again, x minus 3 is equal minus 2. Now 2 go in 8 4 times, but since both are negative, it just equals 4. Because negative, wipe out negative, right? So 2 and 8 equals 4, that's the answer. Okay, so that's the summary. So summary, you got 4. You got 4. That's how much your information is worth for. Information is worth for, right? Okay. Now on the other side, where you get the details, right? You got -2 times +4 divided by -2. So since both are -2, both are mine, you can cross them out like I did over here. Like I did on the left, on the right here. So it's equal 4. So both equals 4. 4 on this side, 4 on that side, both equals 4. So both have something worth 4. Right? So both think they got something. I got this information, man. I know, see, mine's more detailed, right? But it's still worth the same thing. See? Because he's saying it's Armageddon. Okay. It's going to be in 3 years, right? So I got that. And this one said, yeah, it's going to Armageddon, but it's a European war and everything else. So I got more details what Armageddon is. You understand what I'm saying? I know it's going to be Armageddon, but I don't care to tell you any details. I was going to say, yeah, it's going to Armageddon, but here's the details. It's going to be European war and everything else. See what I'm saying? Both of them are Armageddon, but one had details and one just knows what's going to be there. Okay? Let's go to the next one. Now, year 2. So we 1 year, no, it was 1 year, 2 years away was a year 1. Now year 2, year, right? Year 3 is, right? Because that's the time. You're talking about, this is going to happen in year 3, right? So in year 2, you put 2 in there. So now x equals 2. So 2 squared, that's 4. Minus 9 equals -5. And 2 minus 3 equals -1. So now, since both of them are negative, that's equal 5. Let's look on the other one. Okay, you put 2 in there, and 2 minus 3 is equal -1. But 2 plus 3 is equal 5. And again, 2 minus, so you could cross those out. So you got 5 and 5. You got 5 on both sides. Both of them got something. But all one has is the summary. Yeah, we're getting closer to Armageddon. You got a little more in here before. We're getting closer. Right? But the other one got more details, man. Yeah, it's going to be European war, man. It's going to be Armageddon East, Armageddon West. You got more details. Right? See, so both of you got this information, right? See? So what happens when you actually get to year 3? How many you actually get to year 3? Because then you really want to know what's going on then, because now you're in it. See? Now this information, what you've been getting, now it's important. You really, because now you're in it. So now you need to do something with this information, right? To get out of it, to handle yourself, survive, right? But watch what happens here when you get to year 3. Watch what happens here. Do the math. This is no trick. How many get year 3? Now you put 3 in there, because now it's the same thing, right? Year 3, now year 3, and year 3 when the event takes place. So you put 3 in there. X squared, 3 times 3 is equal to 9. 9 minus 9 equals 0. 3 minus 3 equals 0. See down there? 0. That's on the summary side. What happens on the detail side? You put 3 in there. X minus 3, that's 0. 3 minus 3. 3 minus 3 down there. But 3 plus 3 is equal to 6. But what? The x minus 3, cross out x minus 3, that's 0, 0. So what you got? You got 6 on the other side. You got 0 on one side and 6 on the other side. So when it comes, the people have summary, they ain't got shit, they got nothing. They got nothing. But the ones, right, that was in detail, now they got all the information. They got more information now because now they're in it. Now they can see it clearly. They got information, they know how to get out and know what to do with it. Does that make sense to you, Bouncer? See, you got to study math because math talks about every situation. How does that happen like that? I say, how? Go ahead. That's not a trick. Do the math yourself. That's not a trick. That's the mathematics. There's a mathematics for everything. Mathematics of love. We have equations for love. There's mathematics for everything. Mathematics deception. Because as you get close, you think you got something. See, with Farrakhan, you think you got something. Oh, it's Armageddon, it's always starts. But when you in it, you'll find you got nothing. Nothing but ass kicking. Famine, destruction. You find you got nothing. And those had the details. Now they got all that details plus the experience of seeing it up close and personal. They know exactly what's going on. In other words, it's more clear now because it was faith and theory in year 1 and year 2, but they accept it. Now they're seeing it. Our folks, and they understand what it is, and they know what to do about it. They'll know what to do. They have nothing. Zero. So they panicking, they weeping, crying, gnashing their teeth, worried. You see? Because they have nothing. They're blind. Blind lead the blind. That's Farrakhan. That's leading you to zero. Because all he gives you generality. Oh, Armageddon. He's supposed to split. Tell us particulars, Farrakhan. Or watch the weather. Tell us particulars, Farrakhan. He's getting all these generalities, trying to cover his ass. He has no details. None. So when the time happens, that summary ain't gonna matter. It gonna mean anything. Oh, you know it's Armageddon. That's all you know. So hey man, I know it's a tornado. I know a tornado hit. I know a tornado's coming, and now a tornado's here. I'm sitting there watching it while I blow my ass into pieces. I see a flood, yeah. See, the people in Noah, they built ark. So the flood came, right? They had something. The other one sitting around there, hey man, there's a flood coming, and they ain't doing anything. A flood, they ain't. So what I'm supposed to do? Flood's what I'm supposed to do. So they sit there, and then the flood comes, and they're dead. You understand what I'm saying? Because Farrakhan not give you any details. He's covering his ass. Everybody said Armageddon started. So they said before he was saying it, I got devils recorded. They said for over a year or so. They're wrong. Armageddon has not started yet. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? The math of deception. Look at it. I mean, you say wow, how does that work like that? Do it yourself is not a trick. It's a mathematical deception to make you think you got something until the shit actually happens, and then you find you got nothing, you're in trouble. Find you got nothing, and you're in trouble. Because Farrakhan, 42 years been living off you, and now he's telling you, oh, well, time under present trouble, you should go in your secret chambers and pray. See? No details. Right? 40 years, that's all he got. No details. In fact, he wouldn't tell you that 40 years, because he's telling you he's going to save America. Nineveh, he's going to save Nineveh, and he's going to break devils in the eye, and we're going to stay here and defend America. We're going to get the 6 days and all that stuff right. None of that stuff happened. It ain't going to happen. See? No details, just generalities. Soon I'm giving you details. Definite details. Specific details, dates, times, who, when, where, what countries. You see countries line up exactly like I said they line up. Africa's about to split in 2 parts. You see that right there. They're talking about unity now. Let's break these borders, come united. All the things I've been telling you. China's angry with America, extremely arrogant. That's the GOAT, Daniel. It's all there, brothers and sisters. You need to study this, understand this, and just look at it and say, damn. Because now if you go to year 4, right, you're not going to get 0 anymore, but it don't matter. Because you didn't make it year 4. Who made it year 4? The ones that had detail. They made it year 4. They made it year 5, year 6, whatever. See? Because that only happens during the event. If you living off a summary. Oh, watch the weather. I said, watch the weather for what? What are you watching for? Give me some details. So when a storm rolls in, you have no idea what's going on. You get blown away with it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I hope I said I will go over this again. I wanted to make it very clear. Do the math. There's no trick here. This is real math here. The math of deception. Oh, we got math for just everything. I mean, you didn't know about this until I just told you. I got a lot more. But like I said, most people I know is like still drinking breast milk. You can't feed a baby meat when they're still drinking breast milk. The last few days, I'm trying to get more advanced, talking about vibrations and stuff, pressure. I used to talk about pressure before. Now I'm trying to tell you the nature of pressure. More details about pressure. Details. Vibration is pressure. Wavelength and frequency. That's pressure. Higher amplitude, the greater pressure. Greater frequency, the greater pressure. Hope you understand, bro. So I think I'm gonna cut it. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I think I'm gonna leave it there, bro. So let me see if there's anything else here. Oh. I'm just going through the math for year, bro, sisters. Year 3, going through step by step. See? In year 3, when the event takes place, right? Put 3 in there. Okay. X equal 3, that's the year of the event. Right? Okay. That's what happens. You know, they had detail, they got 6. Ones they had summary, they got 0, nothing. See? There's a big headache and hell. And I'm going to leave it there, bro. So I'm not going to go into other stuff today. I want to just redo that. I just want to go and emphasize this point here so you understand it. Understand the math of it. Okay. Try to understand math, brothers and sisters. Tell you, the math, it's all math, brothers and sisters. All math. Well, I'll do this one, brothers and sisters. Then we'll close out. If I can find that. It's a battle of the minds, brothers and sisters. Oops. Vibrations, mind vibrations, brothers and sisters. That's what scripture is. An angel, what you call revelations, designed to vibrate on a certain frequency, get you to vibrate on a certain frequency. The frequency you need to get out here and overcome all opposition. It's to get you to overcome all opposition, brothers and sisters. Because right now, we're just those that are paying attention, they vibrate just above the vibration level of devils, but less than Orientals. We have to overcome that. Okay, let's read this in the lead, brothers and sisters. Who can make war with the beast, the 10-horned beast, the lamb, Solomon, measure the covenant, who make war with the beast? Let's look at this carefully, brothers and sisters. Now, I'm putting lipstick. I'm not quoting all this, every verse. I'm just the ones that's pertinent, but I'm not hiding anything. Put the lipstick, you can go and fill it in, right? And just, the ones that's pertinent. Then I saw a beast with 10 horns. Now remember, this beast has 10 horns, 7 heads, rising out of the sea. Remember the 10 horns, that's the beast, right? We need to focus on that 10 horns. There were 10 royal crowns on those horns. Again, the horns on this beast. And blasphemous names on his head. So it's a blasphemous beast, right? They worshipped the dragon and had given authority, they worshipped the dragon who had given authority to the beast. So the dragon had the authority, but it moved over to the beast. Because the horn, the crowns was on his heads, right? On his 7 heads, but then it moved to the 10 horns of the beast. On the dragon, the beast is the same one. The dragon has 7 heads, 10 horns. The beast has 7 heads, 10 horns. There's 2 beasts that have 7 heads, 2 horns. But one beast, right, has the crowns on his horns because the dragon said, remember the dragon, what it says, the dragon gave us authority. So dragon had this, because that's what the crowns represent. So the dragon had the crowns on his heads, right? But he gave it to the beast and he has on horns. So now authority, the superpower status is going from America, right? European country to Oriental country. That's what it's saying, right? And they worshiped the dragon who had given authority to the beast. So it was transfer of power, right, from European countries to, and that's probably happening right now. Just what they're saying, right? The so-called dollar and everything, right? So anyway, and they worship the beast, saying who? And I said okay, and they worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast, right? That's what their horns is, that the crowns signifies. They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast. They worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who can make war with the beast? Who is like the beast? So here's this beast, right? Remember, the significant mark of this beast had 10 horns. right? And so who can make war? So ask a question, but Israel answers his own questions. How to answer his question? Answer in chapter 17, verse 12, right? The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings. So it's telling you, they're 10 kings. And they give you details, right? 10 kings who have not yet seen a kingdom. That means Europeans still in control, right? So it's going to be a transfer of power pretty soon, right? But we receive 1 hour authority as kings along with the beast. Be together. 10 horns again, right? These kings have one purpose: to yield their power and authority to the beast, right? So they're under the control of the beast. So they're all in one, right? They'll make war with the lamb. That's telling who's going to make war with the beast. Who make war with the beast? They make war with the lamb, and the lamb will triumph over them. Because King of kings, Lords of lords, right? And he will be accompanied by his and chosen faithful. That's his military, his army, 144,000. Master Prophet Muhammad, they will be with him, right? Now Farrakhan, I mean, Master Prophet speaks to him. That's bullshit. Total lie. Farrakhan's a total. So nobody calls Farrakhan a lie. I call him a liar. He's a stone cold, bull-faced liar. Son of the devil. That's all he do is lie. All of them are evil. Right? That's who's making war with the beast. Several wars, brothers and sisters. Armageddon is just a European war. Europe east or west. Armageddon here means all these demons, their children, massive children, their black-faced children, going to tear this country apart. That's the locust. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So now you know how is he making war with the beast? Vibrations, brothers and sisters, those little vibrations, so powerful. Okay, I'm not going to talk this, brothers. I already talked about this previous presentation. Okay, bro, it's about to close out, but I'm going to show you here. Amplitude, frequency, wavelength. Water has a reaction, air acts, reactions quicker than water. That means like, you have to go very fast in air to start picking up resistance enough. That's like a wall. That's what they call sonic booms. They're moving because it moves fast enough, air becomes like a solid wall. Because it can't react at your speed. It can't react as fast as you. So if you jump off a 5-story building, hit that water, it's not going to feel like water. It's going to feel like concrete. Because you put too much force that it can react to in a short period of time. So that's what happens. You understand that, brothers and sisters? Everybody has a reaction rate. So the reaction rate is slow. That means it don't take too much to hit it and feel solid. If you got fast reaction rate like air, it's hard to feel air as solid because it reacts so fast. There's very little things that go to it fast enough, except these jets that break the sonic barrier because they move so much. Air can't react fast enough. So it doesn't react, so you create these sonic booms because air can't react as fast as these planes are moving. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. So same thing with water. I mean, water's solid. You jump over 4 or 5 buildings. It may look wet, but when you hit it, you might as well hit a concrete wall. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. No, I'm not going this, brothers and sisters. I talked about this already. I'll page you through this, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I had a presentation yesterday and the day before that explains this. I'm not going to do it here. I just want to go over that math again, make sure you understood it. I just want to show right here where you see that cube. That's master's children, it's black-faced children, house, Negro butts, mixing with us. So we're all confused against each other and everything else because those are devils in black skin. And they're there to cause all kinds of disunion and everything amongst us. Destabilize us. So Suleiman, remember, it says the chaff sowed amongst the wheat, even when they'd done it. So Suleiman had to separate them. She said, Exodus also, when Moses came back, who knows with me? He went to Aaron's camp. If Aaron was Farrakhan's camp, they was all, he was teaching, Elijah Muhammad's teaching. Why would Elijah Muhammad have to say, oh, those with me, come here? Why have to do that? Because they're demons over there mostly. Right? Negro butts and sellouts. That's happening over there. See? So they got, but they're in our midst. And so Suleiman has to separate out, and then you have two armies. One great army that's going to take a home back, and one army is going to try to take America. That's the demon army, right? Spiritually led by Farrakhan. That's what happened. We separate, and we go home. They separate, and they try to take America. Right now, they got us confused, trying to tell us, hey, where are we going to help fight for America, all this stuff. I'm not hearing it. People lost for lack of knowledge. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm definitely going to leave it there now. Yeah.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum. Suleiman Rahim here, the judge. Breaker of seven seals. The crusher. The judge, brothers and sisters. America's in judgment. 1619 to 2019. For 40 years, Then comes the plague. Kill the firstborn. Right? That's the elderly. Oh, brothers, sisters, I got a little issue here. Let's see. Why is this like this? Oops. Let's see here. There you go. Mm-hmm. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Chapter 18, Revelations, which is called INJIL. Get out of her, my people. If you listen to Lion Farrakhan, deceiving you. If you listen to his thing Sunday, he says, be not deceived. I mean, it's right there. Be not deceived that the falling away will come first, and then the man of perdition be revealed. But he's keep telling you, no, the man, he's revealing the son of perdition, and now the falling away is taking place. But it says, tell you, do not deceive. Someone's telling you the opposite. That means they're lying to you. He's trying to deceive you. He's deceiving you. But if you listen to that, if you continue to listen to it, brothers and sisters, then, you know, willful ignorance, there's a price to pay for it. Willful ignorance, there's a price to pay for it, brothers and sisters. Willful ignorance. Willful ignorance. Get out of here, my people. Get out. Get the hell out. America's about to blow very soon. And when it does, the doors will be closed. You will not be able to escape. Only escape route then is through the Lamb's Book of Life or through a 5 to 7 month tribulation. It's up to you, brothers and sisters, but get out. Get out. Get out. Go to Africa. No, you can't handle this message, just get out anyway. Just have them go out. Get out. Save yourself, save your family. I mean, there's a price to pay for that, but still, you save your lives. You save your lives. See? So if you just can't get a handle on what I'm saying, just get the hell out of here. You paid the price. That's a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. That's a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. I'm extending to you. Because only a way out of here, otherwise, Lamb's Book of Life, and that path through tribulation, right? Get out, brothers and sisters. So let me talk about a few things, brothers and sisters. This is a redux. I want to add a couple more things. Every time I think I want to finish up this line of thought, there's a little more add to it. See, nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. You've been on that cross for at least 6,000 years, but definitely for the last 500 years. You've been on that cross, brothers and sisters. They've been crucifying you. God, Magog, and the Antichrist. They've been crucifying you for the last 500 years. You're the Christ the Bible talks about being crucified. It's not talking about a person. You're the Christ that the Bible's talking about being crucified. They crucified you. You're on the cross right now, right? You're on the cross. Think about it. What's in your mind? The cross. The cross got you messed up. The cross is ruining you, controlling your life. See, they got you on the cross. Got your mind crossed up. Because that cross, right? Let's think about that cross for a minute. Who enslaved you? Was it Hinduism, Buddhism, communism, socialism? Right? Or was it a cross? People of the cross. Right? Was it socialism, communism? that enslaved you? Was it capitalism? Capitalism is slavery. Pure and simple. That's what it is. It's slavery at its best. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. But they had, just think this through, brothers and sisters, if you have a ability to think. If there's no heaven, no hell, if there's no heaven, no hell, how could they have kept you in captivity in that condition for 400 years? If you knew there was no heaven, no hell, that's what it says. It says, you endured in bondage, slavery, all your lives because of fear of death, going to hell, right? From the devil had the power of death. The devils had who is the devil's master? It tells the devils, but they ain't devils no more. See his deception? Because he's one of them. He's a demon. He's not a seed of Abraham. He's seed of devils. His father's the devil, raped his mama. So he has no reward. He's not of the seed of Abraham. And the father's the devil. How could he possibly be the seed of Abraham? So he was never anointed anything. Understand that, brothers and sisters? So, if you knew, because they brought you into hell. And who brought you into hell? The devils brought you into hell. See? And your only escape was death. And many chose that death. And so when they saw that, they said, no, we have to figure out a way to stop them from choosing death. Stop them from choosing death. Because that would be their escape. So they took and told you, no, death was your doorway to hell. Hell came after you died by using hell right here. And you're going to meet the devils after you die. And there was the devils telling you that. There was ones that beating you, whipping you, tormenting you, cursing you, terrorizing you, oppressing you. But they told you, no, not us. But there was one doing it. And you ain't in hell. But when you die, that's where you're going if you don't obey us. If you don't submit to this torture, torment we're giving you, you'll go to a worse. Is that picture on the wall up there? He looks just like us, don't they? So he's the master in the sky, and he's the one, right, that's going to punish you and put you in hell because you didn't listen to us. And once it was established that cross, remember I said you on the cross, they crucified your mind. Once they had your mind crucified with that lie, then it was all over then. Because now they had a perfect slave. You work because you're scared to die. So you scared to do anything. You do anything the master told you to do. Because you just didn't want to go to hell. And some of you on your deathbed, you pleaded, Master, on your deathbed, please, Master, tell Jesus I was good. No, I ain't going to tell him that because you didn't work hard enough. Got other slaves around, so they going to work harder now. Because they don't want to go to hell, a place that don't exist. After you die, it exists here. You was in it. You was in hell. They had to make you think that it was something worse. So therefore they can keep you controlled in this one. Keep controlled here. That's what they did. That's why I said you endured hell all your lives. Bonded all your lives because of fear of death. But he who had the power of death, who is the devil? They say that the one who had power of death over you is the devil. So why Pharaoh can't say the devil's no more? That was master. He had the power of death over you. Move on, brothers and sisters. This stuff is so simple. Well, if you, like I said, what it says in Revelations, chapter 20, the fearful. So if you're fearful, brothers and sisters, then you will enter in the lake of fire. See? The fearful and the cowards. If you're fearful, then you're going, because they got you full of fear. See? Let's look at this real quick. Resistance is growth. See? And everybody's against you, bro. Since the whole world's against you, I try to explain to you in wavelength and frequencies, right? Amplitudes, because everybody's operating on a different amplitude frequency than you are. See, the whole world was operating on the devil's frequency, okay? operate on his frequency, his vibration level. That's thought. Thought is vibration. So that's why it says Adam would give rulership, because he was his thought frequency, because thought is pressure, and pressure comes in related to human, our situation comes in form of frequency. Right? The way you talk, that's frequency. So you have to have energy. That's energy. Frequency, pressure is energy. Right? So the more energy you have, right, the greater frequency, the amplitude, the greater more energy you have. Energy levels have diminished so that we was in a form of energy deprivation. And so it was so low that, but the devils, it was below theirs. So they ruled. See? Because everything they were able to do is a result of the frequency of their mind. Because remember, everything around is an extension of their minds. This whole world is an extension of their minds. Now, I don't know nobody. I mean, I thought you said it came from our minds. It did come from our minds. They have control over us. Right? See? Because if we so submit, that means they would be able to use, if we submit to them, that means they would, submission by definition means they have control of our power, our energy. If we submit to them, right? See? That's why it calls gold and silver. So I'm not going to dwell on that. And the bottom line is, what you see right here is a result of their frequency, their level of thought. Whole world was operating on a level of thought for the last 500 years. Now the energy level is increasing. That means the frequency, people that had the ability to think on a higher frequency now can. They didn't have enough energy to do that before. So everybody was thinking on a level, on a frequency and amplitude, right? See? A wavelength of the devil's frequency, wavelength, amplitude. So they was ruling, because that's the level of thought. And nobody could do anything with them, because they had the highest frequency, right? We was operating a lower frequency, at best even equal frequency, but the majority of us was on lower frequency. So that means higher frequency, right? High amplitude means higher pressure. Their pressure was greater than ours. Their thought pressure was greater than ours. So Adam would rule. But now we've been energized, right? So now we can, thought frequency, wavelength, everything increases. Now you have to understand, I'm going to show you in a minute, they level off. In other words, say you have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Well, if they're 10, maybe the highest frequency amplitude could be 10. They can't go any higher than that. But maybe Orientals can be 20. They can't go any higher than that. And maybe the Asians can be 30. They can't go any higher than that. So they had 10 down here, right? Everybody's below that. But when energy moves up where it can move to 20, then they get crushed. They get crushed because that's higher pressure, and they can't go any higher than 10. That's their limit. We can go all the way. See? So when it says it, do you think you enter the garden, right, while where there's not yet befallen your lack what befell those who have passed away before you? Distress, affliction befell them. They were shaken violently, so that the messenger and those who believed with him said, when will help of Allah come? And sure help lies nigh. So they're talking about the Holocaust here, because that was terrible. No, because the messenger is present in this one. And Elijah Muhammad's not present now when this happens, because this is like shaken violently. I mean, and it's just before, right? Help of Allah comes before the paradise, just before. That's time of Joshua. After Lion Aaron, Farrakhan. Just before. See, so it says, do you think you will enter the garden while there has not befallen you lack what fell those who passed away before you? Distress, affliction befell them, they were shaken violently. So the messenger and those who believed with him said, will help of Allah come? Now, sure, it says the messenger too would say that. So the messenger, and who is this messenger? Messenger of the covenant. Okay. He'd be under great distress too. Read about Jonah. He's under great distress too. Okay. Say he'd be under greatest distress. See, I talk about visions I had when I was a child. And I mentioned a couple of them. Some I haven't talked about because it's so. I didn't like any of them. To tell you the truth. I talk about one where it got so dark I couldn't see anything. I would climb a mountain, climb this mountain, right? Climbing up this mountain. And the more I climbed, the darker it got. The more I climbed, the darker it got until I was really like crawling. I was all fours crawling. I got where I couldn't see anything. It was so dark. I couldn't even see myself. I could see nothing. My hand, nothing. Total darkness. And I was like totally wasted. I mean, I had no energy whatsoever. I was I was just wasted, totally exhausted. I never did anything like that before. I had a similar situation about a year or so ago. I thought that was it then, but they said no. And then when I got to where I couldn't move anymore, I mean, I was just wasted. I was virtually dead. And something just said, make one more, because I was crawling, right? So just come like this, just make one more stroke, right? Because I'm crawling, right? I'm like this, oh man, I can't, right? So just one more. When I did that, I touched the top of the mountain. I had no idea where I was on this mountain. I had no idea where I was on this mountain. And I didn't realize I was at the top of the mountain. I didn't realize I was at the top of the mountain. When I did that, touched the top of the mountain, it was like touching a button. And boy, it was like I went in a state of bliss. I mean, I didn't see, I felt it. I never felt anything like that in my life. It was so beautiful. And the sky opened up, it was like a rainbow, like you see a rainbow, but the rainbow was like a circle. And it went out in circles, real slow, so beautiful. Paradise. But just before I was like totally wasted, I was dead. I was virtually dead. I give up. I had no more energy, nothing. I just had enough, just one more. Ah! And when I touched it, like I said, it was like, took everything. Because I knew once I made that one blast, I knew I was going to die right there because I had nothing. I had nothing. And just to move my hand, like, it was like, that was it. And I had some more dramatic than that. More dramatic than that. And I'm not going to talk about them because I didn't like them. See? But they all ended in paradise. But it didn't look like that at the time it was happening. And I understand why Messenger told the brothers, I understood what he said when he said it, back during theology of time. He told his brothers, he says, do not pray for that day because you don't know what you're up against. And brothers and sisters, you don't know what you're up against. Just time on pressing trouble, how could you know? Unless you experience it. I did experience it in those visions. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. And you understand, the original people go through it the worst, right? Because they got, the least amount of energy, they saw in generation, every level, who suffered the worst? They, then after them will be Africa, then after them will be Asia, but they will suffer the worst. And so if they suffer the worst, then who amongst them will suffer? Those elevated places. 24,000, they suffer more than anybody. Then who will suffer more than them? Scientists, who suffer more than them? Ancient of days, Messenger of the Covenant, he would suffer more than anybody. That's why he said he was on the cross. He suffered the sins of the whole world. He suffered all of it. All of it. Why? To get this message to you, brothers and sisters. Because I ain't asked for anything. I haven't asked for a dime. I ain't asked you to obey me anything or worship me anything. I forbid it. Those that work with me, they don't know. I don't know if I forbid that kind of stuff. We don't do that stuff there. See, we're brothers and sisters. That's how it is, and that's how it will continue to be. Master Muhammad said we was his uncle. All this religious stuff, bowing, worshiping, all that kind of stuff, that's for the devils and Farrakhan demons and stuff. You understand, brothers and sisters? So are you ready? Do you think you're in the garden while there's yet befallen your lack of what fellows who passed away for you? Distress, affliction, befell them. They were shaken violently. So the messenger and those who believed with him said, when help Allah come? So when Master Muhammad show up? See? But no, it means something a little deeper than that, actually. See? Because resistance brings about, and let me talk about that in a little bit. I don't want to confuse you, brothers and sisters. Right now, I said this whole world is operating on the devil's weight or frequency. Right? Now it's starting to rise a little above it, but basically on the devil's frequency. And that means that frequency is totally against you. Because your frequency is much higher than that, right? Your altitude is much higher. Your natural frequency, your natural amplitude, right? Your natural wavelength is much greater than all of that. But we operate on this. That means their frequency is totally against us in every way. That means legally, socially, economically, right? Scientifically, you name it. Everything in this society, everything is totally against you. Everything in this world is totally against you. Everything in this world is totally against you. Now see it again. Everything in this world is totally against you. Their laws, their customs, everything, the food you eat, everything is against you. Everything. Because that's the wavelength. It's told you that this whole system is based on their frequency, where they came out, right? What they was able to do. You see, like I said again, right? We're part of this because they have control of us. They have control of our creativity, but they use it for themselves. They had control of our strength. We had greater strength in them, but they had control. See, we was in fields that we had great strength in them, but they had control of it. See what I'm saying? We had more strength in them. That's what it has out in the fields. But they had control of it. So we got more creative power in them, but it's under their control. Now, we don't control it, they control it. So everything is against us. They're using their own mind against us. That's what said in Mark. The man had his whole mind against him. Everything turned against him. And you got to understand that everything is against you, brothers and sisters. Like right in my situation, I don't go into detail, but like right now, at this point in time, and I get dark, everything in my life is against me right now. Everything. You'd be surprised. See? But that's not my job to go out here and be talking about it and worrying about it. It says he suffered blessed. He didn't speak a word. He didn't speak about it. He just suffered it because he did it for his people. He didn't do it for himself. He did it for his people. So he gave his whole life. He spilled his soul out for our people's salvation. Spent his whole soul, gave it all. See? Until he just, because when time comes, he'll be totally drained. Why? Because he gave all of it, 100%. That's how it showed he gave 100%. And if you get 100%, you're going to be drained too. But if you come in all cool and laid back and everything, then that means you didn't do nothing. You didn't work that hard. Now they go say, oh, well, see, Farrakhan's, no. I said drain and waste out. I didn't say broken into pieces. Then you're no good. What good is that? Okay. Totally drained. Because he has no paradise. Even if he was to get back, if our women in paradise, that's lost for him. You understand, brothers and sisters? Everything. And everything's been against me for forever. But now it's like so intense, you'd be surprised at things I'm facing, brothers and sisters. You'd be surprised. You would. You never know about it from me. But you will know when you get here after, because it says, when the people find out, not because I'm going to tell them, because now they understand scripture and everything else, they say people are going to be crying uncontrollably for what I had to go through to get them home. But I had to suffer when they realized what I had to go through. That I never let on. Because they're going to figure it out themselves. They say, oh, man. And I'm not going to blame them. I'm not going to blame you, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to, especially sisters, I'm not going to say, hey, well, you should listen. Especially I got you home. If you don't make it, well, I ain't necessarily you anyway, right? You ain't going to be around to talk to. No, well, I'm not holding it against you. That's my job. My job is to get you in a high frequency so you survive all of this. Understand, brothers and sisters? So it's getting intense. It's going to be this ain't nothing. Time unprecedented trouble. It ain't nothing to pay about what's about to happen. And you're going to go through it because it tells you you're going to go through it. It says, so that the measure and those who believe with him. Now, I never really talked about this much, so I'm telling about it now because I don't want to depress you. Because now you're about to experience it. I don't want to depress you, brothers and sisters. It tells you right there. So that the messenger, those who believe in him said, will it help Allah come? That means the messenger is under great distress, right? stress, affliction befell them. They shaken violently. So the messenger, remember the messenger, and those believers, they're going to be shaken violently. Distress and affliction befell them. Not talking about the Holocaust. And that was horrific. This is about to happen, brothers and sisters. Because resistance is growth. The reason why it's happening because the whole world is against you. Because the whole world is operating on the frequency of the devils. The whole world is against you. The entire world is against you in every respect. Everything. Like I told you, I listen psychologically, socially, legally, love, whatever, economically, everything against you. When people think, get you saying anything, against your existence, everything. And so, why? Because you're not part of it. Because you're operating on your natural, because you're naturally trying to operate on a higher frequency. And so that means if you operate on that frequency, then hey, they ain't bothering you. That's the story about the cross. When Moses says, lift up a cross, the brass serpent. And all those that worship brass serpent, the other serpents didn't bother them. Those devils didn't bother them. What's a brass serpent? Brass represents false Israel. If you read Daniel, and they did a serpent. And they're on the stick cross. Ain't that what you worshiping? I tell you that's not that's Satan. That's not Jesus. When you're talking about, we walk around with that, right? You understand? Okay. So if you operate on that wavelength, then they ain't gonna bother you. But that's not your wavelength. You're not gonna be happy there. The demons, they be happy there because that's their wavelength. Integration, they want to be part of that. But you won't be. But if you operate, they won't bother you. So if you worship that gold, that brazen cross, then they don't bother you. That was the whole thing. See? But if you start taking your energy and focus on self, strengthen yourself, then you start, your frequency, right, increases. Now you're at odds with this frequency. You're at war with it. See? Because now you got greater pressure against lower pressure. And lower pressure will do everything it can to stop you, keep you under this field, under this foot. Okay? So now you got opposition. Because remember, the whole world is operating on pretty much the devil's frequency. Now it's moving to a higher frequency, right? That's Oriental. So now you see that conflict getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Because now you got, see? But the devils can't. They're the top line of their frequency. They can't go higher frequency. Some of them can go just a little bit. I'm talking about that in a minute. Right? Okay. So therefore, since they can't go any higher, then they can't keep up with the frequency from Orientals. So now Orientals start operating a higher frequency. That means starting to crush the lower frequency, the devil's frequency. Read this carefully, brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to show you this. Now see here, original top, Africa, Asia, Orient, right? Devils. Now what happens here? Now, this pressure, all that weight of them is on that one. These operate different frequencies, right? The highest frequency is the one at the top. Next, lower, round, lowest frequency. But everybody was operating for the last 5 years under a devil's frequency. But now they're starting to rise up. See? To the Oriental frequency. See? We still won't be, even when we operate on our own frequency, even when we go home, not right away. But we'll be operating on higher. Because it says, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. See, a lamb operates on higher frequency. He got the angel, he had to do that, get the angel. But now he's trying to use that, raise you to a higher frequency. But it said, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. It's the same make war with Master Muhammad. They didn't make war with Michael. See, Michael's angel was the war in the Middle East. But it said, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. And the Lamb overcome them. That's another war, Farrakhan. There's a bunch of wars. War in the heaven is one of the first ones. Then comes Armageddon. Armageddon East and Armageddon West. See? Then come the goat war. You see? The war of the latter days. These 10 kings make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb overcome them. Look at all these wars, brothers and sisters. Some Michael's with Master Muhammad is with Suleiman all the way, right? But in some cases, Suleiman is he's being backed up Master Muhammad. But like I said, sometimes it says these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. See? But Lamb overcome them. So what happens here, brothers and sisters? And so all this pressure they put on the devils. Now I want you to watch this closely, because I will make a point here. You see how because when they put pressure on them, but now the pressure builds up inside of them. See, you put pressure, they're collapsing, but by collapsing, that means, remember, like say you got a bunch of people, and then a big room, right? But then you move them all to an elevator. Well, the same amount of people, there's a small space. So now it's a lot of pressure there. So their pressure, their frequency is increasing, right? Now the frequency has increased because their pressure has increased. The pressure on them. See, the pressure on top of it. See, and so that caused their pressure to increase too. Like squeezing a balloon. You squeeze the balloon, you put more pressure inside the balloon. So now you're squeezing the devils, right? You're putting, so now you put more pressure on them. So that makes them operate at a higher frequency. If they can't, they crush. See, because if they can't, that means this thing just crushes my existence. But if they can, right, then they'll adjust and they operate at a higher frequency. I want you to understand this point, because it's going to make another point that I haven't made yet. See, so now they turn the red, so their frequency increasing because they're under high pressure, right? Who's the first one putting on the pressure? The Orientals right there. That's the goat war. Then what? See, oh, more pressure. And then they start turning from red to near black. See, don't get lost in the colors right here. But now they're under extreme pressure, right? And their frequency increased. Now all the other ones had lower frequency that couldn't expand their frequency. They're crushed. These left right here, those ones that could adapt, right, to Oriental frequency. See? But not just enough, right, to keep them being crushed. Just enough being crushed. These are the ones that go in captivity. See what it says, when the goat comes, they're going to tear up this place, right? But they're going to take some in the captivity. Those ones, because the other ones was what? They was lost. They was burned up, destroyed. Those ones go to captivity. But remember, they reached the high point of their frequency. They can't go any higher, right? This little bit enough to keep them being crushed, right? But they have no power, right? In other words, they have power. They don't have enough to overcome anybody's there. So they're under control. They're under control of the Orientals in bondage. They survive, right? Tribulation, just to go into bondage. All the weaker ones was crushed. These are the best. See? But they have to operate on higher wavelengths, but so now they're going to captivity, separate from everybody else. Okay? So they wasn't crushed out of existence, they go into captivity. Because if you understand, everybody didn't go into captivity. Only some went into captivity, some was destroyed. So it says these were the ones that go into captivity, and they would never be able to have any power over anybody. They just have enough vibrations, right, to stay alive under intense pressure like that. But eventually it'd be too much to crush them too. Eventually, be too much to even question them too. How do you understand that, brothers and sisters? See? We understand that. So first, they're being thrown to crushed and they're thrown to bondage by Orientals. So they came Camel Lane. Oh yeah, who behind that? That's the right. That's the Asians. The goat, right? See, what do they call it? They call it death in Hades. That's the leopard. The leopard morphs to the goat. Leopard has 4 heads, 4 horns. 4 heads and 4 horns. See? 4 heads and 4 wings. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. 4 heads and 4 wings. Yellow and brown spots. That's China and India. Yellow and brown spots. 4 wings, democracy. 4 heads, authoritarian. Okay? That's the yellow and brown there. Then Africa's after them. Then they go to war with Africa. That's the bear. He plucks up 3 by his roots. 3 horns by his roots. Who are 3 horns? The goat had 1 horn. The goat represents the leopard, I guess, China, India. And the ram had 2 horns. That's the 3 that plucks up. And then he goes against the lion, Suleiman, the lamb. Remember that beast has 7 head, 10 horns too. So he have control all of the ghost armies. Said these 10 kings make war with the lamb, but the lamb overcome them. Hope you understand, bro. Says I'm not going to go detail here. I'm trying to bring this stuff together for you. Farrakhan don't know a damn thing. But he knows more than you. And knows he got you on his thumb as long as you keep on wasting your stuff for Scientology, Dianetics, all that kind of garbage. Instead of using your energy to increase your wavelength. Okay, let me go into this and then we're going to, I'm trying to wrap this up as best as possible. See what I show here, brothers and sisters? What I'm showing here is, I'm going to go over it again. We talk about everything vibrates. But when you say wall, you say, well, I would knock this wall down. You take a sledgehammer or something, bam. You figure, well, if I hit it with this mouth, that's what you think. I take a sledgehammer, hit and knock a hole down, whatever, knock a hole in or whatever, right? And that's normally what you think, because you probably know mathematics, you probably know physics. But that wall could be all kinds of materials. It could be made of plastic, porcelain. When you hit it, bam, it bounced back at you. Why it didn't break? Because it has a high reaction rate. Has a high reaction rate. See? You made of glass, which depends on the type of glass, right? Breaks right away. It's very thick, break right away. Depends on material and its reaction rate. So I'm saying, right, this here can absorb 1,000 pounds of force per minute. That's reaction rate. So in a minute, within a minute's period of time, it can absorb 1,000 pounds of force. So if you hit anything less than that, it absorbs it. So therefore, it won't knock it down. See, it turned it red. It might turn it red, might shake it. It won't knock it down. Because you have to overcome 1,000 pounds per minute. Just like water. When you throw something in water, reacts certain rate. It's like air. Air operates a certain rate also. But if you move fast enough through it, it becomes like a solid, and then you get sonic booms, boom, 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 because it becomes solid because it can't react fast enough as you pass through it faster than it can react. So now it starts feeling solid and start burning the plate up and everything else, right? And the plane as it gets more resistant. After a while, it's harder and harder to move at that speed because you move fast and air can react. Same, you drop in something in water. You drop in water. If you drop from a 5-story building, hit that water, it sound like solid rock, because that amount of force, mass times acceleration equals force. That amount of force is that you hit was greater than the ability for the water to react with that amount of force. So, bam, you hit it before it hit, so it didn't react fast. So therefore, it's like a solid. Right? I mean, it eventually react, right? But right then, it hit like it was hit like a solid rock, like a brick wall. That's the part you don't understand. That's what's talking about walls of Jericho. I told those are mathematical books that's telling you principle, because what they did was they knew what their reaction rate of the walls of Jericho was, and knew they had to get it right, because it was Jericho represents America, right? But in order to destroy it, they had to take and overcome its frequency, its reaction rate. And so they said, okay, this is what we need to do. We need to walk around singing the same song, right, for 7 days around it, all the children of Israel, and that was enough vibrations to destroy the wall. Okay, mathematics. So I talk about it quite a bit, so I'm going to review a couple of things here. And see, I kind of like misspoke on that yesterday. So here's the situation here, right? Now, same bridge, 1,000 pounds of force per minute. But now you're hitting it with 100 pounds of force every 5 seconds, right? So in 50 seconds, right, that's 1,000 pounds. Remember, every minute, which is 60 seconds, that's reaction rate. It takes 60 seconds for it to react. But you didn't give it time to react. You put 1,000 pounds on there, you put 1,100 pounds on there in 55 seconds for it a chance to react. So that took it down. That took it down. You overcame it. See? It takes 1,000 pounds per force per minute, but you put 100 pounds 10 times. Because 5 seconds times 10 is 50 seconds. And take 6. So if you was able to put 110 pounds in 55 seconds, it didn't have a chance to react. Because it can handle 1,000. Another way to look at it, I use this Walmart ring, right? Okay, so you got 1,000 employees in Walmart, right? And they can handle 1,000 people. So they say, okay, we expect 1,000 people to come in, right, every minute. So we got 1,000 workers, right? Or 1,000 cashiers, whatever, handle them. That's what we anticipate. That's a frequency, 1,000 people per minute. That's the frequency, 1,000 people per minute, right? The frequency, the amplitude is 1,000. But you got 1,000 people per minute, right? Per minute, that's the frequency. And so you have 1,000 people in Walmart can handle 1,000 people per minute. So fine. But if 2,000 people coming per minute, you increase the amplitude, right? The frequency remains the same, but amplitude went up. So you say, wait a minute, they can't handle that. They can only handle the amplitude of 1,000, not 2,000. So now things start backing up, lines start backing up. But if another comes in, right? So what it said, every minute, we're talking about every minute, right? Okay. So it's building up. After a while, it overwhelms them. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's the same thing right now, because everything vibrates. When you're talking, that's why when a messenger or prophet, they give them a scripture. That scripture is the tuning fork, so to speak, right? It's the vibration you need to break down whatever they sent to break down. Empire or gut, whatever they said to break down, that scripture is designed, built in, is the right frequency and everything, right? And amplitude, they'll do that. And all they gotta do is like a tuning fork. All they gotta do is speak it. Because those things were designed every 24,000 years. That's designed, the scientists taking science, okay, what frequency we need to be successful during this period of time in history. That's why the crown was no good right now. The crown was right frequency and amplitude for 1,400 years ago. Perfect. And it did its job. Elijah Muhammad was given those lessons, was a perfect amplitude frequency for that 40-some years he did it. But said when Joshua came, right, he had an angel Because that was a time of unprecedented trouble. Because you have to have your frequency has to be a certain level. Because he's got a lot of things to do. He has to raise up. He has to re-raise the Levites. He has to raise up Lazarus. Right? He has to destroy the demons and the devils here. See? And that's the right frequency to do it. All you got to do is keep on, right? Releasing those vibrations. Keep releasing those vibrations. See? Because what you have to do, you have to raise, he has a time frame here. That's why you got to keep doing it. You got a time frame, because energy is rising, but now the world is moving away above the frequency of the devils to the frequency of death. Orientals. So moving above that. Right? So they're going to be, that's why it says, remember that beast has 7 heads and 10 horns, and crowns for the 7 heads, but then the crowns went to the 10 horns, because now the frequency is higher. So now the Europeans don't rule it anymore, move to the next level, because the frequency is higher, the crowns move to the next level. So now, move towards them. So that means now they have greater frequency, it means they have a greater pressure, so now they're going to crush the lower pressure. The ram. See? So in order for us not to be crushed, we have to raise our frequency above their frequency. I say, got to get out of here. Got to raise our frequency above theirs. That's what Suleiman's doing. He's taking and put those vibrations out there. Because remember, vibration speaking is energy. It's vibrations. And so when you hit anyone, right, it's going to cause them to vibrate. Now they might resist because they operate on a different level. So the point is, if they are the seed of Abraham, right, they're going to absorb that vibration. And so I can make them vibrate more and more like yourself. But the devils, you're going to start making them vibrate more like yourself too, because they're also trying to make you vibrate like them. So who's got the greater frequency and the greater amplitude is going to win that war, because they have us vibrating on their level. Because they vibrating too. They're talking, you see the news, everything. They're trying to get us to vibrate on their level. And someone's trying to get you to vibrate on a different level. So that's where you got that conflict right there. Resistance bring about, resistance, right, is growth. So you got the resistance because they're vibrating on one level, I'm vibrating on another level, right? And so you've seen both those vibrations. But now the devils, they operate, obviously, because that's what safe level them, they receive it. The regular people, it start invigorating them, start waking them up. Because now they can start vibrating on a higher level. But the devils tell them, no, don't do that. NBA, NFL, use your energy for some other reason. Because remember, you need energy to raise your vibration. But if you waste that energy, you're going to stay vibrating on a lower level. You need energy to increase your vibration level. You have it, but how you use it, are you misusing it? That's what fire kind of have you trying to get you to do. Misuse it so you don't operate on a high level. Because if you would see them right away if you start operating on a high level. And you got to operate at a higher level than the goat, because ghosts come in here, and if you still here, and you're in trouble. That's why I talk about those go to tribulation, right? They go to tribulation because they're going to be working on a higher level, right? Than the devils. So the devils ain't going to be able to harm them. That's why they're going to do exploits, but they're still here because they woke up too late. So devils won't be able to handle because they operate on high frequency, and devils can't operate on that level. See? So therefore, they do exploits. It means do exploits, it means they won't operate on a high level. That's what exploits is, when you're doing above average, but above everything else. But they still operate on a lower level than the Orientals, the goats coming in. So their level they got to, during that period of time, they have to keep raising their energy level until it's above the goat level. Because when the goat comes here, they meet the goat. Right? The goat opens up the Red Sea and let them through because their frequency is higher. It has to be higher at that point for them to get out of here. Otherwise, they're crushed too. Do you understand? Am I making it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? So as the tribulation gives you the time to get you high, because you have to operate higher on a higher level. That's where Suleiman is getting the 24,000 operate on a higher level than the Orientals right now. So they can escape in the Lamb's Book of Life, just be taken out of here. But those is not, and still operating on devil's level or just above it, they still here. See, because they still operating below, they're operating above the devil's level, but they're operating below the Oriental level. So they're still here. So Man's got to get, right? His people, 145,000, right? Those in the last book, operate above the Oriental level. So they can just get out of here. But those operating lower than it, they have to stay still here because they have to operate higher to get the hell out of here. And that's where he had to go to tribulation. That's where he has to come to them and teach them, and then set someone up that can operate on that level, that can handle it, to guide them through it. So therefore, they be operating higher than the devil level. So they do exploits. They'll still be here, but lower than the Oriental level, because that's why they're still here. And they keep rising. So during the time they're here, while they keep improving themselves, and by the time the Orientals show up, they're on a higher level than that. So therefore, the higher frequency, higher pressure, lower pressure submits to higher pressure. So the sea opens up and they walk right on through. Orders can't do nothing to them. But those that don't, they get crushed along with the devils. That's what devils get crushed. And they put so much, and that all devils except that few, right, that's able to get just a little, right, above the Oriental level. So therefore, they're taken to captivity. They're not destroyed, they're not crushed. Because they're under pressure, it forces, that doesn't change the fact. There's a cannibal war. That's Armageddon here. Armageddon East. Armageddon West, where there's two Armageddons. Farrakhan, talking about Farrakhan is a war to end all wars. No, it's not end all wars. In fact, one of the wars that begin all wars, actually. Armageddon, it doesn't tell you, nowhere in scripture Armageddon is the most worst war, critical war. What about the war of the latter days, Farrakhan? He has pulled shit out of his ass and says, honey, so y'all want to listen to it, fine. And the reason why you listen to it, because you operate on a lower level than that and the devils. Because you're interested in wasting your energy with NFL and Oprah and all this BS, right? So therefore you operate on low. That's why he got you. But that's why I'm getting ready to give you a jolt. When the family comes in, the bullshit rolls out. And you're going to start focusing your energy. And then you're going to see him right away. See Farrakhan right away. You're going to see the demons right away too. Then we're going to separate from them. Because now we got enough power to move to higher frequency. And that means we're going to be put, because right now they got operating on their frequency. So therefore, we all start together. But when you start operating on great frequency, you're going to push that lower frequency out. Higher pressure moves out lower pressure. So once you start operating higher frequency, you're going to push them out. And then we'll be set, and low there separated, like the Quran says. So that's what's going on here, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. Hope I'm making this clear. So see, in this situation right here, right? The wall does not break because it takes 60 seconds to put. See, that's the mistake I made yesterday, bro. So disregard what I said yesterday, because the wall can take 1,000 pounds of force. His reaction rate is 1,000 pounds of force per minute, so it can handle that per minute. So, and you give it. See, you giving it that. Wait a minute, I messed up again, brothers and sisters. Okay, this is wrong again. Wrong again, brothers. That should be not every 5 seconds. It should be every 6 seconds. Not every 5 seconds. Because that means they would put 10 after 60 seconds. Every 6 seconds, every 6 seconds, right? That means it'd be 10 after 6 seconds, and each one is 100 pounds, right? So therefore, that means after 60 seconds, it's hit the wall with 100,000 pounds. with 1,000 pounds, which the wall can absorb. Can't take any more than that. But this, I forgot to change that, bro. It says 6 seconds. Every 6 seconds is hitting that wall. That means 6 seconds times 10 is 60 seconds. So hit 1 pound, 100 pounds every 6 seconds. So at the end of 60 seconds, hit 1,000 pounds, which the wall can react to, can absorb. So it turns it red hot, but it doesn't knock it down. A lot of energy is there, but it's not enough to knock it down. But when I said the previous one, right, it did that all in 55 seconds. So, and then the sixth one, right, knocked it down because it put 1,000 pounds of force within 55 seconds. So it actually put 1,100 pounds in 60 seconds. 1,100 pounds in 60 seconds, which the wall cannot handle. So just that extra little 100 pounds destroyed it, broke the camel's back. That's what destroyed it. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Very important concept. Like I said about water, right? Okay. Water reacts. But if you drop from 100, if you drop a 10-story building, it won't react like that. Bam, hit like solid wall. Because it can't react that fast. It could absorb so much force in a certain period of time. That's something you haven't been aware of, so you just think, oh, it's a wall, I'm knock it down. No, everything vibrates. So if you hit it with greater force than it's able to absorb, it's going to be like a solid wall for that period of time. Okay? And we talk about this, brothers and sisters. I think I got it right this time, but anyway, I'm not going to go into it here. I'm just showing, right, that both of those same amount of energy. Both the same amount of energy. But one person, their wavelength is 1 hour. It takes 1 hour, right? Just spend that much energy. Other one, they spend much energy in 1 minute. Same amount of energy. That means they got a higher frequency, higher wave. It's more. So, in other words, an hour, it's that 60 times as much energy an hour than that one on the left there. Because that one, 1 hour, that's how much energy you. Both of the same amount of energy, right? But one is more intense. And that's how much it does in a minute. Use that same. It takes this 1 hour to think that fast, right? In other words, in 1 minute, things are thought, because it's all about thought anyway, right? That's how much wavelength, how much thought they can do in 1 minute. But this takes an hour to that much thought. See? So it means, so this one is 60 times more powerful than the one in the minute. 60 times more powerful than the one on the left in the hour. 60 times more powerful. So if you look at that, that's pretty much like compared to this. That's our ability. But because we suffer energy deprivation, right, then we're on the same level as them. We're 6 times lower, so therefore they can rule us, or they're less. But when we get there, right, all that intensity, so how much would there be an hour? It'd be 60 times that. That means that squash what's an hour over here. Just squash it. Greater pressure overcomes lesser pressure. So you go right here. See? In a minute, look at that energy. Look how much that energy got in a minute. Not much. It's got a lot more in a minute. See? This says I'm showing unity. See? So you got 10 people, right? Say you had 10, each person has the same amount of energy you got on the left there. But they're all at the same, but you put them together in a minute, then see, that means they increase their they increase their frequency, they increase their amplitude. Both might operate in a minute, but you got 10 people working in unity, so now it's much more intense. Work together. That's how you create a laser. But see, right now we don't work together because we got opposing frequency. That's the demons. They operate on a different level. They operate at 7 levels. They're devils. They're devil daddies. They look like us. They're wolves in sheep clothing. So because we operate on different frequencies naturally, then we oppose each other. That means we keep both of us, we mutually disunited. Because they disunited, we disunited because we're all mixed in together, like water and milk. See? They operate on 2 different frequencies, but they settle once the milk sits at the bottom and the water sits at the top. See? So Suleiman's job is to separate them. So here you go, right? See the intensity right here, 1 person, right? 59 minutes, 10 person, 10 people working together, look how much intense that is. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Hello? Okay, can you give me 1 minute, please? 1 second? Okay, hold on. One sec, I pull over here. Okay. Yeah, and pull over. No, this is about the complaint. I called. A 2-bedroom, we live in a 2-bedroom right now, and they had one over. Actually, they went off, no, y'all can't stay, y'all complain too much and everything else. Because every time we file someplace, we prove it, we got everything else in the last minute, for some reason, we're not approved. We got good credit, no bad background, we have a problem now. Respect, but they're probably calling and saying, we would never be so quick no more, and that kind of stuff. So that's what we're trying to do, we're trying to find out. If there's any kind of reason like send a letter or something, tell them, sis, because right now we can't, we never had a problem, but we always prove, so there's 3 places already, just put in one, tell us why. I don't think that makes sense. It's a apartment, we over here, I was in the river, Richmond Place job over by the movie of Brewster Downs. Richmond Place Drive, yeah, by the movie on Brewster Downs. You see it? Yes, Richmond Place Drive. But see, they've done a lot of things, like they towed both our cars in the middle of the night one time. Cars parked right in the window. When we go up in our tower, cars was towed, right? The gates never worked. One time we had to go out with, it was an emergency. We couldn't get out the gate. The gates never worked. We couldn't get out the gate. We couldn't get out. We had to call Uber. So get to where it was going. So the people, I think there's normal to complain about that kind of stuff. I think. No, we know that's not the case. We know that's not. I mean, that's legal. So, I mean, if we pay our rent on time, for any problem, we can pay our thing, the full time, I was saying, I have some issues here. Everything is against you, brothers and sisters. Be ready for it. But that's the price of growth. That's the price of growth. That's the mathematics of it. It's not something that, well, Allah just determines that or just divines that, right? Right? It's oops. No, that's just mathematics. It's just mathematics, brothers and sisters. Everything, this whole system was designed against you. I mean that consciously, because remember, you're dealing with, I keep talking about personification. The personification of our adversary, the personification of energy deprivation, the personification of our resistance, the personification of our hell. But they're thinking people. And they know that our nature is in resistance to theirs. They know our nature is in resistance to theirs. But they have the greater power because their frequency, everybody's operating on a frequency that's lower than them. And they want to keep that going. They're conscious beings. You need to understand that, bro. They're conscious beings. So that means everything they do is in. So if you think they're friends, they're not friends with you. Everything they do is against you. Every thought is against you. The Quran tells you that. What they said, what their heart conceals is even greater than what they're saying. So they're constant. That's why I said personification. You understand these? I'm trying to make you understand these things, brothers. They're not just. It's not just happening. It's conscious. They're constantly against you. So when you understand that, then you know who the devil. That's why Elijah told who the devil was. But Pharaoh said, "No, they ain't the devil no more," because they are. He said, if they're the devil, that means you understand they're against you in every way, in every way. But they're like wool in sheep clothing. They're going to disguise themselves like they're not. But when you understand that math behind, you know they are. Every one of them, no matter how they smile, what they say, what they do, they're totally against you, period. Totally. The whole world is against you consciously. If we didn't make a personification and say, well, we have bad weather, right? A bad harvest, a bad this. No, when you have conscious beings, that's personification. That means they're totally against you in every way. Everything they do is against you. Everything, 100%, everything. And they try to give you something is poison. Everything they do is against you 100%. You need to understand that. I said, like you said, but winter people, right? If we made winter a personification of winter and got rid of winter, had a personification, they'd be ice people. They'd run around icicles. They'd run around throwing ice water on you and stuff, right? By making a personification, that gives you a chance to avoid. You can't avoid all of it, but by making the personification, that's why we give it make things a personification, right? So that you can see it visible. Otherwise, you just have all this negative stuff happen. You wouldn't know where it was coming from. But now you can see it. But their idea is to make you not see it, take it out of your mind, like Farrakhan's doing. Oh man, they ain't those no more. We're not demon. Everybody's talking about demon. Why everybody talking about demons now? But demons is something else that extraterrestrial, nobody can see or whatever. Because they want you to see them. They try to take you out into the phantom zone where you can't see them. And that's why Suleiman had to come and bring you. That's why Elijah, Master Muhammad, that was his job, to come in and start bringing us back into reality with mathematics. Elijah Muhammad did it, and then Farrakhan dragged you right back into it again, right back in the phantom zone. You understand that, brothers and sisters? You understand that. They're totally against you in every respect. I don't care how nice they, whatever. Their whole idea, their whole nature is against you 100%. Like a pig is a pig. No matter how he look, whatever you put in your house, he's gonna make a mess. That's his nature. You can't do that. Nothing else but do that. You mean he look clean? They got a bow on him, everything else. But that's what he's gonna do. Well, you understand that point? Okay? That's part of you moving to another level. And that's what Suleiman is doing. He's that vibration, because remember, I'm vibrating. I'm vibrating you. You mean I'm putting vibration in you. If I'm right now, I'm vibrating for the information, which is causing you to vibrate. Now, if it causes you to vibrate in a positive way, that means your nature. If it's a negative way, right, then you send the vibrations back at me. So who's going to prevail? Remember, you got the reaction rate. See, so if I create a greater than your reaction rate, then you're going to explode. You're going to come apart. I'm trying to get you to understand. You got to start thinking these things too, brothers and sisters. It's a war. A war of vibrations, a war of pressure. I'm trying to make it clear to you, it's vibrations. Because that's what pressure is on in our reality, right? Vibrations, mind war. I says mind war, stores vibrations, pressure. And that's what it is. So their vibration against yours, who's going to win? If you ain't vibrating, then you're dead, or you're about to be. So you out there, you vibrate, as yours vibration against theirs. And so am I trying to get you on a higher level so you'll be greater frequency and greater amplitude than theirs. But if you're out there with MFL and NBL kind of stuff, you're operating lower frequency, that means they're crushing you. And you're on the same level as them. And once they get you on the same level, hey, okay, that's the whole thing about the brass serpent. Or if you worship that, then they won't bother you anymore. I'm a Christian, oh, they don't bother you anymore. But then you operate on a lower level. And when the goat comes in there, you're going to be crushed by it. Because you got to operate on a greater level to get out of here. You got to operate on a greater level than the goat to get the hell out of here. Depends on where you go, scenic route, or the first class route. Still got to operate on a higher level to get out of here. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand that. Okay? I've got to change this again, brothers and sisters. I know it's going to be a... They operate on two different levels. That's us operating and the demons operating together. Disharmony. Disharmony for us and disharmony for them, because we mix together. Water and water. Nobody wants water and milk mixed together. But once you let it settle, the water, milk sets down, the water's right? So now you can drink the water, right? And the milk separately, but you won't want to drink them all together. It's harmony, right? See, we got to stop that. Suleiman's come to increase your vibrations, right, to a high level where you push them out, because they can't go up so high. They're the same level as their daddies. They can't move but then as long as you keep you down their level, right, they control you. But now Suleiman's raised to a high level that you're above them. So now you separate between the two. It's the separation. Because you naturally vibrate on a higher level, but you don't have the energy for it yet. But now the energy is coming in, but now Suleiman's tell you how to turn into vibrations, right? So you vibrate on a high mental level. Now here blowing your energy on Oprah and Denzel and Kanye, all this BS, NFL, and all that kind of stuff. If you want to keep doing it, then you're going to be crushed when the ghosts come in with the high vibrations. I hope you understand, brothers. I said I didn't change this again. This should be harmony, not disharmony. Now we all vibrate on the same level together. That's us. That's power. That's Hajj. We're all vibrating on the same level. That's what Hajj is all about. Vibrating on the same level. Brain frequency. Power. They don't want that to ever happen to us. They want us to keep on mixing with the demons, right? We have no power because they're canceling out ours and we canceling out theirs. I think I said brothers and sisters. Oh. I'm showing here, right? See? I'm showing here different levels. See, the highest intensity is on the top. And if once everybody's in there operating on their proper level, right? Shabazz, right? They can complete a complete thought in 12 minutes. On the bottom down here, they're taking 54 minutes. They think it's much slower. But now we think it's slower than them because we're on a lower wavelength. Because the guys down, Negro butts. See? So they move faster and everything. But once we Get up. It's going to take us a while to get back up there. We're not going to get back up there when we want to go home. It's going to take a while to get back up there. We have to get back, start being more like, says we'd start being more like Master Prophet Muhammad. We focus all this energy into that. So he's operating a higher level than us. See? So you think much faster and much deeper. See? Because you got higher frequency, right? High amplitude. To think fast but not deep. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And right now, everybody's operating pretty much on this level. So they rule. But when you start operating on a higher level, they can't rule you anymore. We got to get you above that level. But we got to get you above that level, above the Oriental level too, because they're coming in here and putting away that first level. You see? And you don't want to be here when it happens. Your level will be on a higher level so you can escape it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I hope that makes it too complicated. Eventually, that's where you want to get back up there. When you're up there, you overcome all the nations. That's the stone that crushed all the nations. Because once you're there, crush them all. That's where that stone will crush all of them. Not some of them, all of them. Because you are high pressure, high wavelength, high intensity in everybody. Hope you understand. Okay, I think that's it, brothers and sisters. Oops. No, here's the Oriental. That's the level that the world is moving towards right now. And you got to be above that. That's the goal. You got to be above that. Everybody vibrates. Okay, bro, so we're going to leave it there. I'm not going any even that today because I already talked about this, right? But the whole purpose is to understand how these vibrations work and increase your intensity. Because, right, to magnify your power through what's called resonance. Remember, one person can knock down a big wall. Resonance. That's why I said Suleiman come in, take down his whole, make war with the beast. Who can make war with the beast? See, it tells you who make war with the beast. It says these 10 kings will make war with the Lamb. He's making war with the beast. You got to put it together, brothers and sisters. That's the beast. It tells you who the beast was. He had 10 horns and 7 heads, and 7 heads, 10 horns, right? But then it says who make war with the beast, who like the beast, right? That's the question. But then over there, it tells you, chapter 17, it says, these 10 kings, that's that beast, make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. I said, I got some issues I have to deal with, so we'll leave it there. Leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio.